Audio, video, ready? Okay. Okay, good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and call to order the continuation of the Planning Commission meeting dated 3/21/23. And can we have a roll call, please?
Chair Gove.
Here.
Vice Chair Tarnay.
Here.
Commissioner Riley.
Here.
Commissioner Freeman.
Here.
Commissioner Claren.
Here.
Okay, I invite you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so we are just going to jump right into item 7.1 tonight, which is the deliberation of the recommendation to Town Council on adoption of the 2040 General Plan, Downtown Truckee Plan, and associated Development Code text amendments and zoning map amendments, including SB2 rezone sites and certification of the final EIR. I will do my best to keep everybody on the rails tonight. We have a lot to unpack here, and I know that this has been a long time coming. So if we start to get in the weeds, I may jump in and try and redirect us.
So to help with that, I think it's fair that if you have additional questions you want to ask us, we do have our consultants on Zoom available also. We tried to answer some additional questions that came in today, so you would have gotten copies of those, but we obviously haven't talked about them. And then once we're done with questions, going into deliberations, including your recommendations to council. And our suggestion is that you do work on those individually. So talk about the EIR first before you move on to the next ones. I do have slides with our recommendation for each of those, and including for the 2040 General Plan slides. Things that we discussed yesterday or questions came up yesterday, we have recommended changes that we have slides for, so you'll be able to review those and then add to them. So we'll have our usual kind of placeholder slides to add in text changes as you guys decide that that's what you want to do. So just a little bit of guidance there.
Okay, great. Thank you. I do have one question procedurally. Like, what we did public comment yesterday. Is there anything in this meeting that could happen that would need to trigger public comment again?
No, actually. So since 2004, the California courts have said that if you have one meeting that spans multiple days, you only have to take public comment the one time, which we did last night. So this is considered to be a continuation of last night's meeting. Don't have to take public comment again.
Thank you very much. Okay, so starting with the final EIR certification. Commissioner Riley, would you like to begin?
I have two questions.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's all I have. And one actually came because we did receive public comment from the owner of the Gateway property, and I felt like there was some inconsistencies based on last night's conversation. This person, I'll try to pronounce his name, Sohail Siddiqui, said that he wasn't part of the dialogue of the decreasing of the units that took place, I think maybe at the in January. He was under the impression that he was going to get 32 units per acre, and then the council voted to reduce that. So I was wondering, in the interest of acknowledging this person who has a stake in this process, and that's what we're doing right now, if one of the members of staff could speak to his comment.
Of course. So Mr. Siddiqui was aware that his project got moved into the general plan update. In January of 2022, council looked into raising the densities on that parcel and on the north, basically on the whole north side of Donner Pass Road. And he was at that meeting. And on October, the joint meeting, I think it was joint, and I went and looked at those meeting minutes since he sent the January meeting minutes. At the October joint meeting, I think hearing some of the general public's discomfort with those density numbers, both the Planning Commission and the council decided to go to a lower density, yet still higher than what he currently has. So it's not as much as I think he had hoped for, but it's still an increase in density. So and he was aware of that also. He he came in with a project that was partially on the old general plan and hoping for the new general plan, and we discussed that we couldn't do that because that general plan hadn't been approved or adopted, and it was unknown what the density would be. So I think that it's just not as much as he had hoped, but as part of the process and as part of the decision makers, and it's still up for decision.
Right.
The decision for north side of Donner Pass Road was a little lower.
But I would also add that he elected to postpone submitting a project waiting for the outcome of the general plan. So he could have,
Okay.
he mentioned that he's been
Waiting,
delayed. I mean,
yeah.
he elected to not submit a project under the 2025 general plan and instead wanted to wait.
Yeah, okay.
For a new plan.
Yeah, I appreciate that, thank you. And I'm sure he probably appreciates, having some acknowledgement. And then I have another question that kind of was related to last night's conversation and the questions that were raised. And I'm not sure if this should go to Andy or Ascent. I'm kind of leaning toward, maybe you guys can decide, or Ascent can take it because they ultimately were the writers of the EIR. But what kind of came to my mind, and I wanted to bring this up, is are we intentionally watering down language in the EIR to make litigation more difficult? For example, if we use language such as should or could or collaborate, it's a lot more difficult for us to be held accountable or liable than if we said require, prohibit, and an entity, I don't have anything specific, would be able to hold that against us. And this comes out of our experience. What struck me was when we were reviewing Teichert's plan some months ago, and the gentleman from the Air Quality Resource Board got up, and there was a lot of concern about the odor and such, and there was reference to this resolution, and I think it was whether it was noxious or annoying. There were all these qualifiers, and the gentleman said, this language is so difficult to enforce. You couldn't enforce this language, it's so subjective. And so that's where I kind of came away wondering, is there an intentionality, because I feel like a majority of the language in our EIR really is fairly weak or non, I don't know, aggressive or directed or specific in that way.
Well, I'll let Ascent and the staff answer this question, but I can tell you that for what it's worth, I have never heard any intention of trying to make the general plan or the EIR watered down, as you say, or weak or unenforceable. I've never been part of any conversation to that effect. I've never heard staff suggesting or hinting that that was the intent. On the contrary, I think the point is to have a robust document that is enforceable and does have specific and strong standards.
I appreciate you saying that.
This is Mike Parker at Ascent. Just to follow up on that, I'm a principal at Ascent, by the way. Maybe a little bit of the behind the scenes might be helpful here, and I think this gets to how we've sort of been talking about this as a self-mitigating general plan. There was a lot of input into the general plan from our environmental planners, including biologists, air quality, and GHG technical specialists, etc. We were very involved in the policy development. And then when I think it came down to writing the analysis of the EIR, I think some of our authors ended up grabbing policies that, in addition to the ones that we developed that had the stricter and more enforceable language, some of the policies that weren't as strict that town staff came up with. A general plan doesn't need to only include those types of policies, but it is appropriate for an EIR to rely on those types of policies. So I think we did include some that included some softer language, but as you'll see in the final EIR, we basically, where those non or less enforceable, more flexible style policies were were included, we did take those out and ensured that, none of those were being used to develop impact conclusions. I would think of it more as, I think in some cases we tried a kitchen sink approach where not only we were relying on the more enforceable, more clearly stated policies that we helped develop, but also some of the extra ones, just because they could potentially result in some further environmental impact. But the analysis should not have relied upon that, and the public correctly pointed that out.
Like that. That's all I have.
For questions? Okay. So the question about Mr. Siddiqui made me just think of another quick question here, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to get clarification on it. If an applicant currently has a project submitted with the town, it's subject to the existing general plan. If this one gets ratified, and when this one gets ratified, then any applicant going forward would be subject to the general plan update, correct?
Yeah, it's when they submitted.
Okay, just wanted to get clarification on that.
It has to be complete. Thank you, Chantal.
It has to be deemed complete. Yeah. So if somebody has a partial application in, the documents get ratified and adopted, then
It's the same way with the development code. So when your project is complete, it's that development code and that general
Right,
plan. That
right.
is under.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, are there several partial plan applications incomplete applications in? Like,
I mean, I don't have any. I'm not. There could be some incomplete applications, but I'm not aware.
We might have a couple that are
Okay.
incomplete right now, but they would have just been recently submitted.
okay, and did those applicants know that where they're at in the process and that they're potentially?
I mean, we within 30 days of receiving an application are required to reply with an incomplete or complete letter, and within that letter, we identify what they need to continue submitting to get to a complete status. And we make it clear that it's not going to be processed until it's a complete application.
But my question is like, are you educating those applicants that we're in the process of updating the general plan?
Oh.
And if they don't get that in within a certain amount of time,
Yes, and again,
yeah.
it's probably a handful, if that,
Okay.
that we have
And
incomplete right now.
We've been doing that. Like we have pre-application reviews where someone's requesting information on a potential project, and there's been a handful of them that we've said, this particular item might change, in the 2040 general plan update if we've identified something that might be.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions at this time?
I sent a bunch of questions today. I guess I shouldn't claim authorship. I don't know. I'm trying to read through the answers that came in. I'm coming straight from the job here. Can someone talk me through this question about 0.008% impervious coverage change in the general plan update area? This is from our what is it, conditions of approval in the EIR approval. I sent this into Jenna today, so. Let me just explain for these folks while you guys are organizing. It said that there's only a 0.008% change in impervious surface of our whole general plan area. So if you take our whole general plan area, which is 32 square miles, and take 0.008% of that, you get 71,000 square feet, which seems really, really small for the rest of the development that's being added by this. Does that make sense? 71,000 square feet is a store and a parking lot. That's my question, and I'm just letting you know why I was asking this, because I was trying to grasp what 0.008% meant. So there's some sort of answer here, but it's not making any sense to me. So if anyone can explain that.
I might just offer to step. I don't know what the protocol here is because I can't see anyone. But this is Mike Park with us. I'm okay taking this question if staff's okay with that.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, great. I think the answer is good catch. I think it was intended that it was 0.008, not 0.008%. So it would still be less than 1%, 0.8%, or 0.008. So yeah, no, good catch. That's something that we should revise in errata.
2 orders of magnitude different.
Yeah, but less than 1%, still very small. Doesn't change any conclusions or analysis. I think the point is that it was very small.
So it makes me wonder how many more little
This
Easter
is-
eggs are in this
This is
document.
not instilling confidence. Yeah. So elsewhere in the plan, it talked about, on page 79, it is anticipated the implementation of the GPU would result in an increase in population of 0.9%. That's wrong. It's a yearly increase in population of 0.9%. These are just the questions that I sent in. So evidently in the EIR, it talks about the flood hazard, and it talks about the dam at Donner Lake Dam, but it says here that the part about the Martis Creek Lake Dam, which in our general plan says is ranked as one of the top 6 at-risk dams in the United States, was not brought into this document. Do we know why?
It was in the EIR, but go ahead, Mike.
I can respond to that as well. So that dam is identified by the Army Corps of Engineers as high risk, but they basically say that it's not. It's one of those things where it's classified that way, but we also indicate in the EIR that it's not holding any water. So on the Army Corps website, it basically says that there is no flood risk associated with it because it's not holding water. It's also outside the plan area, and I don't think, as described in the EIR and the town general plan, I believe that any inundation would occur within the town limits.
Okay, and that was my question. Is that because the flood inundation area is outside of the town boundaries? And so you're saying, yes, that is why.
And Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's how the general plan characterizes it. But I think the main point is that it's not currently holding water right now. And the Army Corps of Engineers is aware of the issues, has characterized it as a high risk dam, and is evaluating how to fix it or remove it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Susie? Okay, Commissioner Claren, do you have any questions? Commissioner Freeman, do you have any questions? Okay, so Susie, your comment a few minutes ago or seconds ago was you don't have a lot of faith in this document because of some of these. I mean, I'm putting words in your mouth, but what did you say?
No, I jumped into spot check random things, and the majority of the spot checks didn't make sense. Were not truthful. I don't have any confidence right now in this document.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you're not in support of this document at this point? Okay. Commissioner Riley, how do you feel about this document at this point?
I have a lot to say, so I'm wondering if others want to weigh in first. No, Mitch is shaking his head. Damn. Okay, so this isn't my first time at the table doing this. I am quite familiar with the notion of the statement of overriding considerations. That's, I think, really at the helm of this, or one of the main points of this decision that we're being asked to make. And the premise of a statement of overriding considerations, which I will say is not unique, or uncommon with a general plan, is that we need to make the determination that the benefits outweigh the impacts. And I can't do that. I am looking not just at today's conditions, existing conditions, but I'm also looking at kind of the last 18 years and the years that have transpired from our last general plan to today, and how well we were able to address those impacts. I know we have competing studies and we have all the things brought to us and shared that try to make the point that things aren't that bad and the population hasn't grown and we're okay. But I don't believe that. I haven't spoken to anyone in this community who feels things are in a good place. And I'm involved in a lot of different capacities, whether that's educationally and mental health care, the building and construction industry, art and design, politics, etc., the environment, and nobody's happy. Nobody feels good. People are really kind of pissed off. And so my feeling is I can't go into this feeling like we have so many things we need to address in the present day and near future and add more to that. And so I'm advocating that we take a more measured approach. We create a smaller prioritization plan. We really hone in on the things that we really believe need to be addressed before we propose new growth and density around the community.
Are we focusing on the EIR right now or the whole general plan?
Right now, we're just talking about the EIR, but I think there's some overarching concerns.
And to your point, the EIR is assessing the general plan, and the general plan is this, framework document that outlines these goals and priorities. And ultimately, I believe, and the staff can correct me if I'm wrong, we have to approve the EIR or approve recommendation of the EIR before we would approve the approval of the other documents. And maybe
Yes, but as I said before, we can talk about these independently. So if, for example, the commission decided that you wanted to recommend to the council to not certify the EIR, you could also suggest that the council recirculate or whatever it is that you would like them to address. And then you could still go through and say, we would feel more comfortable about the general plan, the downtown plan, whatever it is, with these additional changes incorporated. So that way, at least when it goes to council, they have kind of the full spectrum of everything that you've discussed in front of them to be able to make their decision.
great. So I don't support certification or recommendation of certifying this EIR as presented under the proposed alternative. I have plenty of recommendations and plenty of things that I've brought to the table that would not bring things to a standstill or tie our hands, but would rather, I think, provide direction and clarity. And much of that has been informed by the public process and the community that has weighed in.
So let's hear those suggestions so that we can all discuss it.
Okay. My recommendation would be to use alternative 3, the decreased density in the focus areas, aka the map alternative, as the framework. I don't necessarily believe that there would need to be a wholesale huge change to the EIR, because in my belief is that this position really takes a more measured approach and would actually, despite what the analysis says, if we are focusing on creating housing for locals or the local workforce, as opposed to kind of maintaining the status quo of 85% market rate units, and increasing the densities in these focus areas. And what we've seen, really our pattern since we became a town has been half of the units created are not local units. They are vacation homes or second homes or short-term rentals. That by prioritizing these areas to have a workforce housing overlay, and that we will incentivize density and growth for developers above the baseline existing densities, those are ways that we can create locals housing, in addition to things like the vacancy tax, in addition to funding mechanisms that would make it much easier to create ADUs. So I think there are ways that we can look at our issues and actually create a plan that is a real benefit. It's more of a win-win than kind of a status quo. You want more? I have more, but
I mean, the only thing that I would, I take an issue on the vacancy tax. I think that's, I think protecting property owners' rights is important to us. I don't think that would create the housing that we need, personally.
you don't think the money would be a generator to fund, let's say, permit fees for ADUs? So someone who wanted to do an ADU for a local, that would cover the permit costs. It might cover plan costs. It's been proven in Vancouver and Santa Cruz and Oakland, which those communities I don't think have close to the percentage of vacant units. And the incentive is if you rented it to someone locally, you don't pay that.
Yeah, I just don't think that would happen. But I would like, in order to support it, I would need to see specifics about it.
And then these are just ideas. I'm just trying to. I want to take the approach and kind of the theme I've been working with since day one. I've been part of GPAC since the beginning. I was part of the visioning plan, and those who were on that committee with me would back me up in my position of wanting to create a plan that really put locals first and foremost. Because I do believe that if we have a community that upholds the local workforce in all respects, that creates a better environment for everyone, even our visitors, even the second home people. Because who wants to go to a cafe and someone's pissed off because they were late to work because they had to drive from Reno, or
hang on one sec.
Yeah.
Susie, you wanted to interject there? It sounded like you were about to say something.
I feel like getting into the details of a vacancy tax is not actually related to the EIR.
Fair enough. Yeah. Very good point. So let's stay focused on the EIR for now.
Yeah.
And, what recommendations would we want to pass on to council?
Can I just say that I recommend that we have somebody go through and edit and check the math?
Absolutely.
100%.
Yep.
And that's another thing is I'd like real baseline conditions, not leading up to 2018, but I'd like today's baseline conditions. This is something we've been asking for, from day one, specifically related to COVID and the impacts. Our community changed in ways we probably never could have, imagined. And we've also been asking for a carrying capacity. I feel this goes back to kind of my inability to support a statement of overriding considerations when it takes someone an hour to go from Glenshire to West River Street, or from downtown to Palisades for their job, 2 hours. That's unacceptable, and that's today. And so things aren't getting better anytime quickly. And I am in all support of, new transit systems and collaboration, but that takes time, that takes money, that takes infrastructure.
Okay, so we have edit and check the math in all documents. And then to summarize what you're saying, double check, existing baseline, right?
Yes.
Potentially there's some false assumptions on,
Yes.
what the impact is on our infrastructure at this point.
Right. I mean, there are often days, many more days than there have been in the past, where all the units are filled. When we're going off of this 50% occupancy, that I don't believe that's accurate, because we are feeling the impacts of the vacation homes and the second homes having people there.
Okay, so
Chair Gove, if I could just expand on that a little bit.
Please.
I think what I'm hearing Commissioner Riley say is that the 2018 baseline conditions should be redone, so changing the baseline to reflect something that is more current,
Updating, I think.
which would require recirculation.
I think I think it has to be done. I don't know how we can recommend a statement of overriding considerations when we don't have an accurate account of the conditions we're working on today.
Would it help to have some sort of documentation of what they've done to sort of ground truth that the population has gone back down? I mean, could you add that on to the documentation? Does that help? Does that not make a difference?
I mean, maybe, Mike, we might have you jump in on this one too, but changing the baseline requires quite a bit of new analysis. So it's not just the information that we had used during COVID to get an assessment of what's happening. It's quite a bit of additional work.
Yeah, and I might jump in and, from a CEQA standpoint, baseline is typically, the conditions at the time the NOP is released. In this case, we had an existing conditions report prepared, then COVID happened. For CEQA, for a baseline to be changed, there has to be, evidence to support that. And where you draw the line has to be supported by substantial evidence. COVID is pretty fresh. I don't know if we know how the cards are going to fall out for COVID. Also, I might ask if baseline set at a condition where there's more people, more residents, and I will admit, I don't know all the current stats for COVID because it's very volatile. But if that's true, what does that do to the change that would result from the general plan? Would that actually, I could see a scenario where that's actually a less conservative approach than a pre-COVID where there's actually less, less population, less traffic and those things, because the delta narrows, if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying. I can kind of visualize how we would have more traffic, so would be less of a change perhaps between current conditions and future conditions. Yeah, I guess that has been a concern and red flag for me. So I'm putting it out there.
Well, I think that his assumption is that increase in population that happened during COVID is somehow being accounted for in the EIR, and it's not. That's the thing. He's saying it's a more conservative because he's saying, that was a lower to a higher, so we're showing that there's more impact, but we're not actually taking account of that in the EIR, that perhaps we weren't starting from here, we were starting for here, and it's not here, but it would be here. Does that make sense? My hand gestures.
Not totally. Yeah.
I guess if I can clarify, I don't think I was trying to suggest that that the EIR doesn't include that. It's just you're trying to find a starting point, and then you have a horizon year of 2040, and then build out beyond. Where to draw the starting point is really important, and has to be based on substantial evidence if you're not going to use the CEQA recommended place to draw that line. And to me, the evidence, for setting it at like a during COVID level, I don't know where we are in COVID. Are we in a post-COVID world? In a lot of ways, it doesn't feel like it. So I don't know where. I don't know where to find the substantial evidence to say here is where we should draw the line in a post or during COVID scenario.
With that said, sorry for that. I can't say anyone.
Hey, Jessica, could you introduce yourself? Sorry, I think this is the first time.
Yeah, I'm Jessica Babcock. I'm with Ascent on the management team. I do want to just point out that we do have a market study that was conducted to look at the change that could have happened as a result of COVID, and that is cited in the EIR and included in the record, and that is because we knew that the community was feeling this change happening during COVID. We wanted to do what we could to try to ground truth that and figure out if there was any evidence that that there was a population shift that was changing. And so that market study was done by, I believe, Bay Area Economics, and showed sort of a bell curve with the trend coming back down. And so that is what we have relied on as the substantial evidence to continue with the 2018 baseline.
Thank you. I'm a little uneasy, but I guess I could be okay if this process stayed, I guess, with the baseline, but was really trying, like, to use Jessica's word, ground truth in kind of the current conditions in terms of moving forward with a plan. And that would be where it's very community inclusive. We've got the hospital at the table, we've got CAT reps, we've got MAP at the table, the community is there, and we're focusing on these things, like we've said before, like the rail yard prioritization, West River, the river revitalization plan, Hilltop, trying to honestly focus on the core before we go peripherally.
Sure. All right. Let's just bring it back to what are we going to recommend that council do to ensure that we have a document, that they're recommending, a sense saying, hey, we're going to use this 2018 pre-COVID baseline, and to analyze that to make sure that that's an actual number that's tracking to what we're all not feeling, right?
And
make sense?
and that yeah, and I think that's where there's a disconnect, and that's where I'm struggling with. As Danielle said, we would basically do a new plan, and that would take time and resources and money. So what are the thoughts there, or do we kind of suck it up and say, yeah, we recognize things aren't the same, and the analysis isn't necessarily accurate. And with that, we are going to kind of fine tune this plan with a different alternative in order to better represent our community, our needs, our
I'm just trying to
priorities.
figure out what language we can give to council specifically around the baseline of the 2018 in that report. Like, what are we going to try to specifically tell them that we want them to go in? We want to have this unpacked, investigated to see if this is actual legit data.
Chair Gove, if I could intervene.
Sure.
Jessica from Ascent mentioned that we did some analysis sort of mid-COVID, maybe 2020, late 2020, 2021, to try to understand what was happening. And what we saw based on as much of the scientific data at that time as we had was that there was maybe about 400 to 450 people more living in Truckee at that point. I think it was about 170 families. What we don't have is current data now. I think if you were to forward a recommendation to look at a different baseline, it would help that we would, rather than looking just at full-time occupancy, that we look at tourism rates and that we look at second home ownership, second homeowners and the rates that they're using their homes. Because typically an EIR looks more at the full-time residential population. And what we saw out of COVID was that even though we all felt like there were maybe thousands more people moving here, that isn't what we were seeing. We saw a couple hundred new families that lived in Truckee. At that time, actually it was right around the census, if I recall. So I think that metric, if you were to forward a recommendation, would potentially be helpful. Because again, we're just not seeing the population increases that we all feel like were happening in Truckee.
Sure, yeah, according to full-time residents and census data, but I do believe that over COVID we saw especially when big hotels and everything were shut down, we saw our short-term rental impact just go through the roof, and it feels like that hasn't abated. So I think there probably is some value in taking a look at that.
That was my mention about looking at increased tourism rates or sort of extended stay visits of more than 2 or 3 days at a time. I mean, I'm not suggesting that this is an easy discussion or an easy homework assignment for us in Ascent, but in hearing the comments being made about just general usership of the area, we're not seeing that it's attributed to permanent growth.
Sure, fine. So maybe the language is something like investigate whether or not the short-term transient use and tourism impact should be taken into consideration for the 2018 baseline value.
We could certainly talk with, if this is a recommendation that moves forward, we could certainly talk and explore that.
Anybody else have anything, Mitch?
I got confused in how the second homeowners were counted in all this. So, I mean, I had clients that came up here and, Mitch, don't say anything that we're here, There was a lot of that during COVID. So how does that get counted? So yeah, a lot of people didn't move here, but a lot of people did move here. I mean, that's my on the street real life experience. No, most of them went back. But so my point is, how do you count them? Most of them went back. I mean,
They're not. They're not included in the EIR, and I'll certainly defer to Mike or Jessica. But what the EIR looks at is sort of full-time, residential use within Truckee.
Sure,
It's
and-
not looking at second homeowners. It's not looking at folks that are here for 2 months.
so if we're trying to count tourism numbers, wouldn't the second homeowners coming and going sort of fall into that category? In my mind, they seem to.
That's where I'm at. And that's where I see this disconnect because, there's the census, which is your full-time residency where you've got your mailbox and, your driver's license, ideally, things like that. But such a significant portion of our community, as well as the surrounding environment. I think we are really creating a shortfall of information if we are not accommodating the reality of North Star's growth, Lahontan, Martis Camp, Schaefer Mill, on and on. These communities that are outside the town limits, so perhaps they're not being counted, and yet they are. Truckee is the only place really that these people are going for food and entertainment and services because there's not really anywhere else to go, which is why you can't get into a restaurant most nights anymore unless you have a reservation, and most places aren't taking reservations. So again, it's back to maybe the data doesn't show it, but the lived experience does. So I would encourage information to really be also receiving the impacts from our neighboring resort communities. And it shouldn't just be the full time. I think to Mitch's point, it should be all of the units. I mean, because at any given time, we are essentially at build out, or we have built the occupancy is using every unit, minus some, but a majority, and that is the experience we're having. That is why it's difficult to get from point A to point B, during
Sure,
the
yeah, so,
winter weekends.
I guess.
Well, can I just make one point?
Go ahead.
I understand the point about the lived experience, and I live here too. There are some things that CEQA doesn't really require us, or maybe even allow us to look at. So we can't really look at restaurant wait times or just sort of the ambient feeling of crowds in Truckee. We can look at things that are more quantifiable and objective. We can look at vehicle miles traveled. We can look at greenhouse gas emissions maybe, but some of the things that we all feel, those of us who live here, that just feels more crowded, are difficult to analyze under CEQA.
So that point, and I get it, we got to be scientific. I all about research. I have an image on my phone from a Friday, I think it was 3 weeks ago, when I was trying to turn off of Glenshire Drive on a Donner Pass Road, or I guess it's Truckee Way now. The traffic was all the way up Truckee Way, all the way back down, what is that, Kaiser or East Jaboom, all the way down to the roundabout. I mean, I had never seen traffic like that in the 25 years I've been here. A gentleman who works for a tow truck company on that little side thing was, oh my God, what's going on? I've never seen this before.
Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to articulate our thoughts.
Right?
Yeah, it is.
Traffic,
But what we're
Friday.
tasked with doing right now is taking our position and articulating our thoughts and make a recommendation to council. We've all felt the traffic. We've all felt the restaurant wait lines. What the consensus I think that we're having, even though I haven't heard much from Dan, is that we feel it's important to take into consideration the impact of tourism and short-term units, rentals, and along with full-time residents. That the baseline of full-time residents only is not an accurate depiction of what the impact is in our community.
That's a piece.
Could I just want to make sure, if I may, this is Jessica from Senate. I want to clarify that we did look at in our EIR, we used a service population projection, is what we called it. And I know that's kind of a weird term, but we have a baseline number in there for that. We have a projection number, and that is residents and visitors. And we use that in all the analyses where there's a capacity constraint. So utilities, water service, all that stuff for sure. And really throughout the EIR, we've relied on this service population. So that's a much bigger number in Truckee than the residents of Truckee. And I'm sorry, I don't have it yet. I was trying to look, but because it has been some time. But I believe that the market analysis that was done also included a non-residential analysis that looked at things like hotel vacancy and tried to get hands around some of that. So that is something that staff could probably follow up with if you need that document later.
Thank you.
I will make one point about this. I think that some of what I think we're hearing from the five of you is a desire for significant additional information and maybe changing the baseline. Changing the baseline information in some ways would probably require recirculating the EIR. So just be aware of that as you formulate your recommendations.
Why is that a bad thing?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. It's just a thing.
Thank you.
A quick clarification, recirculating the EIR is then a 90-day and then 45-day and then another 45-day process or something? Can you refresh
Well,
my memory?
there's substantial work that would happen behind the scenes before you see an additional recirculated document. We would release it, then there's an additional 45-day comment period, and then there'll be subsequent hearings on the recirculated EIR.
So probably
It's months.
probably at least several months to do the additional work, then the recirculation period, then the hearing. So, I mean, it could be 6 months.
And again, we're not saying that that's bad or good, just wanting the commission to understand the full scope of how that would change this process.
I heard the word recirculation from the public a lot yesterday and in comments. So that's why I kind of ask what the hesitation is. And I think it's just the amount of work that's involved with it sounds like.
And I had a quick discussion before coming here with my appointing council member. And there is some urgency on the council side because they would like to solve some of the issues that this is solving. They would like to move forward with climate action. They would like to move forward with locals workforce housing, or not local specifically, but so there is that impetus as well. Not that they're trying to avoid doing work.
Yeah, so, I mean, if this took, this is a document that we're going to be, I know, we're just talking, we're just deliberating, we're just having a conversation. This is a document that's going to be our guiding document for 20 some odd years here. And yeah, I mean, I know that there are some people that would like to implement some of these things immediately. How many applications are we going to see in the next 6 to 12 months? It's probably not a huge impact when you take a look at what the impact is over the course of 20 years. So, I mean, in my mind, yes, I know it's 17 years. But here's the thing, there's a lot of projects that have been approved in the past couple of years that haven't come out of the ground. So theoretically, in 2037, 2039, there could be a bunch of projects under this plan that get approved, but then for one reason or another, they don't come out of the ground for a few more years because that's just the way development is. So,
so Chair Gove, to add to that though, some of it is a resource issue too. So when council was discussing the time frame for the general plan, their interest in doing implementation is in part about community capacity and about staff capacity. So that is something that they did talk about, just to highlight that again. And as I previously mentioned, general plans can be changed also. So I think that when people talk about it's a policy document for the next 20 years, if it needs to change because something is different in the community, that is something that's available.
It is a lot of work to change it, though.
Yeah, I mean, that was what we discussed last
Yeah,
night. It certainly didn't seem like it was an easy process to make those changes.
May I add something about the
the changing of the baseline in terms of, I'm just thinking about traffic as an example.
Sure.
If we change the baseline and go out and we'd have to do new traffic counts. Potentially should probably wait for summer because that's what our design period is. And to some of the comments I'm hearing about traffic right now in the winter, that's not the design period that we've been using in the analysis. So we go through all this effort and it's still not going to really address any potential impacts associated with winter ski traffic. So we go out, wait for the summer, do counts. We go and update the model. We have to calibrate the model. We have to reinsert the land use data. They have to do the analysis. It could be a substantial amount of time. It might even extend past the period that staff had just mentioned. So that's just one example of the amount of work that would have to occur to update the baseline.
Addressing our winter traffic impacts, I mean, I find that there's so many hazards. I know from just a health and safety standpoint, the inability for people to get from point A to point B. I mean, anecdotally, again, I know this isn't a study, but some of our visitors, I'm assuming they're visitors because of the behavior, and I shouldn't make that assumption, but people are like blocking the road. People are trying to get off the freeway to get to their job, and people are like blocking them from the off ramp. It's like, oh no, I can't go anywhere. So I'm curious why we wouldn't look at our winter conditions as an additional baseline because of how impacted we are.
This has been a point of discussion. I think really you don't typically, we're looking at level of service and BMT, and you don't typically analyze the worst condition. Through the history of the general plan, we've always focused on the summer. There are days when the traffic is really backed up, but that has not been the sort of design period that we've been using.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to widen roadways to address the peak ski days.
Right,
and
right.
From a safety standpoint, there might be some additional things to look at, but I'm just
Yeah.
talking about the pure kind of the technical traffic VMT level service
Right.
analysis.
I hear that. I mean, I remember I've shared that Gordon's son from LSC was on Glenshire Drive doing a traffic count on a Wednesday in summer, 6 o'clock when we have music in the park and much of Glenshire is on vacation, a lot of teachers. So I have questions there about kind of the accuracy, but that's another conversation. I wanted to kind of weigh into what Danielle said about council and kind of their,
Go ahead.
and Susie to that effect as well. The messaging hasn't changed. The messaging has not changed since day one of this process. The community wanted to address certain things. The community asked to have questions answered, whether it was about, data from the baseline, carrying capacity, on and on and on. And I was part of GPAC. So I was at the table for a lot of this, most of it. There was a desire really not to address much of those concerns from the public. That's why much of the public comment, if not all, whether written, spoken, etc., has been saying, hey, I don't feel like I'm being heard. I don't feel like these issues are being addressed. This is what we need to focus on. Council decided to continue to pay the consultant despite issues that were not being addressed. We increased the council continued to give them money to do the studies, to restudy, et cetera, to go back to the table in these attempts to address the concerns that were being raised. It did not happen. And that's why people are still not happy. So it's hard for me to sit here and say that I'm concerned about, delaying this process another 6-8 months at the expense of impacts to our community, and really not wanting to make a bad situation worse. And I think to your point, Dave, about projects in the queue and whatnot, again, if you want something to happen, you're going to make it happen. You're going to do the legwork. And I don't necessarily think that because we aren't certifying this EIR or recommending certification, that's standing in the way of any of these things. The council can make these priorities. They can make changes. There's no reason why we can't be impacting, making changes to help our climate today than having to wait on that. Additionally, addressing our local workforce.
Okay, so let's get back to recommendations, council recommendations for the EIR. So we're concerned that there are a bunch of Easter eggs with regard to the math in the document, right? And our concern is that the baseline of full-time residents is not an accurate reflection of the community, and we would like to have that further investigated and double-check the work of the document that Jessica was referring. I think that was her name at a sent, right? Jessica? Yeah. And take a look at that. I can't remember what she said. It was, level of impact, or Jessica, if you're still listening, could you tell me what that language was?
We're talking service population.
Service population. Thank you very much.
So I think what you're trying to get at is Jessica clarified that the EIR did take into account a certain level of non-full-time residential use. That's what she called the service population, which is residents plus visitors. So she clarified that is analyzed in the EIR. Is the commission's concern that information wasn't done correctly?
The commission's concern, I think,
updated?
is that because of some other errors that Commissioner Vice Chair Tarnay found in the document, there's cause for concern that there may be other errors, and that we need to, before we can recommend certifying this document, we need to double check that. Is that concise, everybody?
I actually don't agree with going back to change the baseline. If we look at many economic markets across the world over the past 2 or 3 years, a lot of them are back to where they were 2 or 3 years ago after we went through shaking up the snow globe from COVID. There's still a lot of snowflakes in the air, and the dust really hasn't settled. We complain about the traffic, but we also don't want to widen our roadways. And so we can't really have both. There's actually an interesting letter here from Commander Eric Eguide from the CHP talking about traffic on 267 and 89 and the idea of putting in potentially bus lanes or utilizing shoulders, and how if we do that, it poses a huge risk to our motorists, emergency vehicles. And so we do complain about the traffic, but only if you lived here for 20 years. If you lived here for 5 years, you love Truckee. It's amazing. And I know lots of people have moved here in the last 5 or 6 years who are much happier here than where they used to live. Sure. And so, kicking this document back and rewriting it and doing a bunch of stuff is not going to prevent people from coming to this community and wanting to be here. And we can't prevent that. And how much traffic do we get that doesn't come to Truckee? It goes down to the West Shore, it goes to Incline, it goes to other parts of our community that we have no control over.
I actually disagree. I think there's plenty of measures that can be taken. I think, I don't know if Brendan spoke to this, I know we have spoken to this at great length, is we can utilize kind of people in their cars as a way to, we can use our parking with development as ways to get people out of their cars so we aren't clogging our roads. We can create, housing developments where parking is provided for the local workforce, and the people who don't live here, don't get a parking spot, or, they have to somehow, get here on the bus or the train. But we can't settle for status quo. That's what this whole process is about, is to investigate and analyze current conditions and future impacts and future scenarios. And I have talked to plenty of people who've moved here in the last 5 years, and they are complaining. Nobody's happy. And some of the anecdotal information is, well, they all live in these traffic-laden locations, so a little bit of waiting doesn't matter. And I think for many of us, we don't want to live in a city. We didn't move here to have city conditions. We're not willing to sacrifice, things for that. So I'm going to push back on what you're saying. I'm not necessarily in disagreement about kind of the EIR process, but I do disagree about things are okay, or it's not such a big deal and we aren't impacted.
We're definitely impacted. But I wonder if we stay focused here.
Well, yeah, let's stay focused on the EIR. Right, yeah.
Okay.
I think we're going to have a lot of these conversations when we
I
talk
don't
about
agree
the
with
GPU.
actually going back and asking assent to start over with a new baseline. I mean, the data they collect today is going to be out of date tomorrow. And so at a certain point, we got to say, here's a line in the sand. We're going to use this data.
I agree with not going back to redo that baseline study as well. My concerns for the accuracy of the numbers and stuff doesn't. I feel fairly satisfied with staff's description of how they have actually sort of ground truth that our population has gone back to pretty close to what it was pre-COVID. I am not asking to redo the baseline conditions either. I just want the thing to be edited.
That seems like a task that Ascent should, as part of their contract, should be able to go through and do a very thorough spell check, edit, what have you.
Okay, so
Can we hear how does Mitch feel about baseline conditions?
I agree with Dan.
okay, so we want to remove this baseline language then?
As I just said, all those second homeowners that quietly moved up here, they're all gone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are my clients that I deal with, and we're now removing snow because they're coming up this weekend. They're not here anymore.
Okay. Do you have any other concerns with the EIR?
Than what I shared, I think I covered my points. I mean, ultimately, I can't support a statement of overriding considerations.
Okay. So do we want to add anything else to this language? That's a no. Okay. So you are.
So I think just looking at sort of the discussion that's happened so far, I mean, again, to go over your options that you have, you have the option to recommend that you certify with the condition that you've listed here about making sure all the edits are rechecked in the document, including the math. Or you have the option to say, we don't recommend that the council certify, and you fill in the reasons for us to do that. So that would include this not approving the statement of overriding considerations or the policy and action monitoring program. So you have some options, and I think you've started to poll each other on the dais about which direction you want to go, but you didn't finish that discussion.
Right.
And so this is a little bit of a twist as well. Like I could recommend to them, I don't have to decide right now whether or not to certify it. I have to decide whether or not to recommend to them to certify it after it has been proofed.
You could say that as a condition to certify it after. I mean, ideally, if we had the ability to have it completely checked before it went to council, that would be an ideal. It's just a lot of documents to go through in a short amount of time. But we do have the ability to make grammar changes even post-document adoption, as long as it's not anything of substance. So if there was a missing comma, a missing word, or there was an inconsistency in a number where it's, clear in one spot and different in another, we can make those edits without having council do a subsequent action.
It's very hard to approve an EIR for something when we haven't been able to fully discuss how we feel about the actual general plan. Am I alone in that?
Well, that's coming up next.
Well, that's the points I feel like I've been trying to make because they're, part and parcel.
And that's the points that I haven't been making.
Yeah, right. No, you've been in more of the editing and cleaning up a somewhat flawed document just from the, what we've received, and that's its own thing.
Well, and that's because it is in the findings that we have to find that this is certifiable and true. And
right.
Yeah. And I can't make that finding.
Right, and my point is beyond just typos and perhaps some issues with numbers and things like that. The big picture issues I can't make the findings for.
Yeah, so I don't know. I would love to discuss more traffic issues and stuff, but that is definitely jumping into the general plan update. So
Well,
don't
I mean,
want
we
to-
could table the EIR discussion for now and jump into the general plan discussion.
Can I, Susie, you're not comfortable with the EIR because of the typos?
Yeah, we're supposed to make the finding that this is certifiable and true, and I jumped in and checked 3 calculations, and 2 of them are wrong. Does that
No, it's
make
legitimate. I
sense?
just want
Yeah.
to make sure that's where you're coming from.
I mean, I would certainly state, Commissioner Claren, any document of this size, it's thousands of pages, will certainly have mistakes in math or grammar or a few other things. I mean, maybe Mike or Jessica could chime in. I suspect that the couple of errors that have been noted don't significantly change any of the conclusions or necessarily any of the analysis. I would venture to guess that that they're not meaningful changes to the overall document. But Mike, I'll defer to you on that.
No, I mean, I would basically just repeat that. I think one of the errors found was this was about, I think, the growth at 0.9, I want to say. That was correctly pointed out, that it's not just a one-time growth of 0.9, but it accumulates. But we checked everywhere else in the EIR, and we had made the statement correctly there, and you found the one place where it was characterized incorrectly. And then there's the 0.8 versus 0.008. And that was just characterizing how little impervious surface there would be as an increase. Yes, 0.8 is a lot bigger than 0.008, but they're both still very small numbers, and I think that was in line with the the analysis that EIR was making, so it wouldn't change any conclusions.
And I get that, Jenna. I mean, I say the same thing about building houses, right? There's 10,000 connection points. One of them's wrong.
So I think just to kind of bring us back, and maybe staff or Ascent can correct me in the process I've used to analyze all the documents, is the EIR is utilizing the general plan as the framework to determine the mitigation and the implementation items, the policy items that will address the issues that could be raised, whether it's social, environmental, or whatnot. And our task in our recommendation, or what we put forward to council, is to look at those policies, the goals, the action items, the implementation plan, and determine, is that enough of a mitigation plan to address the issues that the EIR is charged with, analyzing. And that's what, when I read the EIR and the comments and the responses, and in the resolution of the FEIR, where it kind of goes through all the points to defend this document, that's what I came prepared to address this evening. And so to me, they're one and the same. And it's not necessarily, whether you agree or not with the policies in the general plan at this point. Do those policies have enough teeth and wherewithal to address the impacts that this plan may or may not create in the next 20 years? Is that correct? I just don't, I'm not sure that there's clarity on this process, and I feel like we have to address the EIR before we get into the, pulling apart the general plan.
Yes, you're correct. And again, I've kind of gone over some of the options, but if you want to pause the discussion and talk about the general plan, maybe that will get you back into a discussion about how you feel about the EIR specifically. Because we haven't heard what you've had to say about the plan itself. But this is a typical practice of talking about the environmental document first.
It sounds like, Susie, you have concerns about the general plan that would then parlay into thoughts about the EIR, yeah?
Possibly. Yes.
So is anybody else in favor of tabling the discussion on the EIR and moving into conversation about the general plan?
Or even, again, I'm not clear if any of you have kind of, other than maybe Commissioner Riley said, like, I don't think we should certify. So maybe that's even a helpful starting point of what level are we at here?
And again, we are not certifying. We're just recommending that.
Correct. Yes, sorry.
Are you all looking at me?
I do not have a problem certifying this document.
Recommend it. You don't have a problem, okay? Commissioner Riley.
Like to hear. I said I can't
Can't
recommend
certify.
certification, and that this does tie into the general plan and
Yep.
the process. I wasn't supportive of the land use alternative that was selected, and that really governed the process. So
Okay.
that takes us back.
I'm on the fence.
I am struggling because I think there's a lot of wonderful things in the general plan and in the EIR.
So you're on the
But-
fence too?
Yes, I'm having a hard time in that. Does it do enough? There are so many non-enforceable policies in there that, and the whole thing where we don't meet our climate goals for 2040 is, and they're saying they can't meet them, but there's policies that we could do to get people out of their cars and to get people on other methods of transportation that we don't address in there, that we don't require. And that's what's giving me heartburn, is that everyone is talking about traffic. And our mobility plan is talking about businesses over 50 employees encouraging their employees to carpool. And that seems like such a drop in the bucket. There we go. That's it.
Strong language, right? It's a
I
weak
want-
document.
I want Alfred's, Alfred's, I want your short-term plan to get down to 30 minutes. I want that in the general plan. I want that to be enforceable. I want to.
Okay, all right. So,
Yeah.
so you're on the fence on the EIR. Is that fair? Okay. Commissioner Claren.
Fence, but not as Humpty Dumpty.
Okay. So, with that, let's move into the discussion about the general plan, which is going to be a long conversation. We're about an hour and 15 in. Should we keep going or take a quick recess? Anyone need a quick break? Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay.
So before you get into some of the specifics, I just do want to call out that when you get to some of the details, we have included some slides of the things that were already discussed. So I won't go into them right now, but I just want to recognize that we have about 3-4 slides.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll start. I have a significant problem with the fact that we don't have a single community stakeholder in support of this plan. That gives me a lot of heartburn. We are appointed by elected officials to represent the community, and I don't think we have the community support on this. And I know it's been a long, hard road to get where we're at, but I don't think it's time to take this cake out of the oven yet.
I don't know that I agree that we don't have a single stakeholder.
Name one.
I believe that the Mountain Housing Council was in favor of the higher density in order to be able to provide more housing. I believe that the general public is in favor of having higher density if we can in some way increase the percentage that goes to workforce housing. I know that anecdotally, I have friends that are like, yeah, we need more density.
Sure. I guess what I'm trying to say is I would feel a lot better if we had community stakeholders, the hospital, CAT, the general plan update committee, other local regional employers endorsing this plan, and we don't have any of that.
I disagree. I think there are, I don't, a stakeholder is, it sounds like to you a stakeholder is a commercial business that stands to profit?
No, not at all. I mean, so
Is the Mountain Housing Council not a stakeholder?
it is, but do we have a letter of endorsement from them?
That's what it's about. I'm trying to glean from you, and I have heard from no one except Southwest Gas that was in favor of this and supportive. And if Mountain Housing Council is supportive, where are they? You know, where are the so-called supporters? I agree with Commissioner Gove, that when we have the hospital district, one of the largest employers, sending very critical letters to the town and us challenging this process, same with Mountain Area Preservation, same with CAT, as well as all the public comment questioning the process, wanting things to slow down, yes, we want housing, but it needs to be for our local workforce. It shouldn't just be for the market rate, 85%. That's concerning to me. That says people aren't feeling heard. We need to redirect this process to be one that is addressing these issues that are being raised.
And the town council did also take that into consideration and lower those densities.
Who? What?
The town council did. This is when we were
I
talking
mean, on
earlier.
a gateway.
Mm-hmm.
But and yet, I think the point should be made. It's hospital dominion, and so I think what I kept coming back to, which I struggle with, and I think this has been an issue we've dealt with over the last 20-something years. We can have the best intentions for a piece of property, but if it's not in our domain, you know, what control do we have? If the hospital isn't planning to do residential development in their master plan area, then the town council can hope and pray all they want that this is going to be this locals housing or whatever density, but that's not the reality. And yet we're not able to have these conversations that are grounded in fact. It's this kind of hyperbole.
I'm sorry, are you saying that all of the properties on Gateway are
The majority of
owned
the
by
property, aside from Mr. Siddiqui's property, which I don't think is in the hospital master plan. But again, we didn't review the hospital master plan as part of this process, which is a real shortfall because it's really integral to this process. But yes, the rest of that property is hospital property.
all of the stuff on the
You could bring up a
North
map.
side
We
is
could bring up
hospital
the
property?
hospital master plan, graphic.
The hospital has purchased quite a bit of property in kind of the central gateway area on both sides of the highway, or both sides of Donner Pass.
Quick question for staff here. What was the support of the 2025 plan?
Yeah, it might be one of the only few that can answer that. It was good. I mean, we do have some audience members who participated also. But I would say, there were still things that the community asked to have go further or be done different. But it was a different time, a different process. So I'm not sure that's really fair to say it's equivalent to what's happening now because things were different. I mean, if you look at the vision statement in the 2025 general plan, there was this drive to kind of create this differentiation of Truckee against the region, that we were trying to become a resort destination because we wanted to be somewhere that wasn't just next to Tahoe. And that's not our reality now. I mean, people have discovered Truckee, and now we're trying to sort of keep that bubble the way that it used to be. And so I think everyone was very excited about the opportunity that could come with the 2025 general plan. And now there's more interest about, well, the opportunity came and it
Was super successful.
we were really successful. And so now how do we manage that? So it's just a different context.
and I want to throw out there that the sign of any good negotiation is that no one walks away happy.
I'm not sure that
Boy,
is
I
a
hate
good
that.
sign in a community-driven process. I actually think, and to Danielle's point, and to answer Dan Freeman's point, the community was present. The community was participating in these workshops. Their voice was heard. Maybe not everyone was heard. Not everyone got what they want, but everyone was at the table. And the major difference between then and now is GPAC was a stakeholder process of special interest groups. It wasn't the general public being convened for workshops. And so it was a very different feel, a very different environment. And yes, we were impacted by COVID. But even if people weren't getting what they wanted with 2025, they were still, the audience was packed, the room was packed every night with people, and there were interactive workshops. And I kind of challenged what Danielle said about the resort focus. My takeaway was density in the core. We want to focus downtown. We don't want sprawl. We don't want to develop at the periphery. We want locals housing. We want to protect open space. The rail yard, again, core, I don't think those things have changed at all. I don't think any of the intent and the focus of what brought people together for 2025 is really different from today.
Commissioner Claren.
I've only been involved with this for 4 months, and it's a 5-year process. But within those 4 months, there's nothing. I don't hear anything positive about this process at all. There's only one person who's in my ear that wants this passed. Everybody else, every other public stakeholder or anybody else that's talked to me about this plan says it needs to go back. It's not ready.
Is that a function of the squeaky wheel? And the people
There's
who
a
are
lot of
okay with
squeaky
it?
wheels
It's
in
all
this town,
squeaky
then.
wheels, Susie.
Yeah.
No,
It's
but
all
like what
squeaky
Daniel
wheels,
says,
every one of
you
them.
don't get people show up who are happy with it.
Not
I think-
necessarily so.
I
You
think
do-
people are disenfranchised. I'm sorry to cut you off, Commissioner Claren. I think there's a lot of frustration out there, and I think there's a lot of, just throwing their arms up, saying, well, we wanted to participate in the process earlier. We asked for some changes. We never got it from, assent. And why am I going to keep going to these meetings if nobody's going to listen to me? Just beating my head against the wall. That's the message I've gotten over and over again.
And I want to throw out there that there might not be people who are disenfranchised for the same reasons, and there are,
Regardless, they're
like,
not-
No,
they're
hold
not
on, let me finish. Because there might be environmentalists who want more open space who are disenfranchised because they're not getting that. But then there's also developers who are disenfranchised because they're not getting all the development they want. Does that make sense? Yes, we're hearing from one side. But I don't know if that's the only side.
It's definitely not the only side. I'm talking about people that I've had conversations with, people on different sides of this, with different interests, environmental development, across the board, I understand. Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is that I'm hearing from people across the board that are unhappy. And ideally, in my mind, in a perfect world, and I know we may never get there, but I think we're really far away from it right now. I would ideally like to see a document that we can get multiple community stakeholders, whatever their interests may be, to endorse.
Most stakeholders know that they're not going to get everything they want. Most people know how to negotiate. You're never going to get everything you want. But if everybody, and I'm completely opposite of Susie. I used to have a logo on the bottom of my email. Everybody walks away from a Mitch deal smiling. You're successful when everybody gets a little bit.
Advocating for that.
You're successful when everybody gets a little bit and you do have smiles. That's a successful negotiation.
But
And I
how
don't
would you
see
do that
here.
with density? How would you get the densities that can get you to the public
It's the
transportation?
whole 300 and whatever pages. Density's one issue. Mobility's an issue. The cap is an issue. And everybody's got issues with almost each section of it in some way. Again, he's going to kill me, but there's only one person that's in my ear that says that this needs to be passed tonight. Everybody else that's talked to me said no.
Susie, I don't think there's a lot of people who are opposed to density. I think what I've heard from the public, the people who have written letters and come to the podium, participated, is that density needs to benefit us. We talk about a jobs housing balance. We don't have a jobs housing balance. We have people who commute here, they don't live here, they have jobs, but they can't find a place to live. We have people who have lived here a long time who have to move because they're being uprooted by their landlords. We've heard all of the stories. So it's not about people being opposed to density. It's about the density being given away with nothing in return. And the people are asking for, and I have advocated for, no increase in density above our baseline unless that density is benefiting us and addressing our issues, not making a bad situation worse. So I don't think it's fair. It's similar to when, Council Member Klovstott said that, that was there's the no growth, all these people with the no growth position. Nobody's saying no growth. Yeah, there's probably some people who are like, I wish Truckee would just stay as it is. But they're not the ones coming to the meetings. They're not the ones writing letters. Everyone who's participating has been very measured and very, I think, inclusive and accommodating and realistic. And ultimately, their perspective is one of community, about taking care of us first before we start to, give the candy away to the visitors, which we don't need to do. They're getting gift certificates for $100 to come spend the night here. How many full-time locals get gift certificates for putting up with how hard it is to, be a Truckee local?
But then we have our town lawyer, who's hopefully not asleep over there, who says we can't do that. We can't just restrict it to locals only. You can't do that.
It's not the same. It's about incentivization. It's about creating
And that
the
is
carrot.
that is what the first priority of the town is. And I'm not defending this, but this is what I, again, am freaking out about the plan as well. Okay, just so you know. But this is what the council member told me today, is that their first priority is to get that overlay district worked out on how they're going to do the incentivization to get more workforce type housing. I love Brendan's idea of the parking incentives. That just goes right to the heart of things, because the less parking we have, the better, the less cars, the less traffic. I love that idea. I want that incorporated. But
that would never work. Who's going to buy an apartment with no parking? Can you take a
anybody who
feel
can
for
take
us,
their train
Commissioner
up here.
Chair?
Yeah. Okay. So, Commissioner Claren, can you recommend that we put tonight that we that town council adopts this plan as is?
Right now, I'm feeling no.
I'm a no. Commissioner Riley. Commissioner Freeman.
I'll abstain.
I don't even think it matters what I say. There's 3 no's and an abstention.
Still want to hear your point, your position.
I don't think we're doing all we can to lower our greenhouse gas emissions, and that's giving me heartburn. I have no idea, because yes, we can edit this thing, but who's going to do that? This has been so painful. I'm going to abstain as well.
All right. Well, the writing's on the wall for this portion of the meeting. Okay. So, what options do we have, staff?
So it sounds like you have 3 votes right now for not adopting the 2040 general plan. But what I would say is that if your recommendation to council is that, it would probably be helpful for them to understand what it is that you would want to see change that could result in a recommendation of adoption at this point. Otherwise, they're not going to have any context to kind of understand where your direction was coming from.
Okay.
So if it's
3
helpful.
density related one.
Yeah, and the slides that I had put together are more detail level information, not at the density level. So we can just kind of go over them quickly, and then you can probably go back to the more comprehensive
Let's
issues.
do that.
So there's a public comment about a sentence within the 2040 plan that talks about the California Geological Survey seismic hazards. And so we actually had talked to Ascent about this, and the language in green is the proposed change. So we would strike out what I show here as the first sentence in quotes and substitute it with Truckee's not located in any of the zones of required investigation established by the California Geological Survey. So that's one kind of fix in response to a public comment that we got. And then a lot of these were from the discussion that you had yesterday. So actually, this one on the screen here is another one that we just wanted to add the word Donner Pass Road in here to kind of clarify the level of service being applicable to Donner Pass Road. And then so the first one's an edit. The second one is also an edit. The green being what we would change. The one at the bottom of the screen here, specific to the Truckee Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, was Commissioner Tarnay recognizing that we did not include this, even though it was discussed at the August meeting. And then through further communication, taking out the buffered bike lane reference. So right now it says include an evaluation of protected bike lanes only, not protected and buffered. If I was understanding that correctly.
Thank you.
And then going back and adding the action that we also missed for street tree streetscape plan. And then I added in language also to say consider the environmental benefits along with what the council had already identified, hoping to capture what Commissioner Tarnay had also identified.
Thank you.
For mid-block crosswalks, we talked about identifying schools also as another site that we wanted to look at. The top one, we have recognizing transit, including school bus locations, the ad for streetscape about street trees. And then there was a discussion about the transportation demand management program and why we had wording in there specific to parking incentives. And so we changed it to say parking incentives such as discounts for carpools to be more specific so that it's clear it's not just a free-for-all. So those were the ones that I captured as far as yesterday. It doesn't include Commissioner Tarnay's questions from today or your discussion that you've had up to this point today.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any objections to any of these?
The only thing I had again was, when you're speaking of landscaping, it should be fire wise or fire safe or something that brings that part of it up. You know, you have the town telling you have to landscape, and you have the fire department telling you not to landscape. So there needs to be something in between. So
We've run
to
into
at
this-
least recognize that somewhere in the plan.
Well, we've run into it before where there's drought tolerant, there's fire resistant.
Just asking for it
and
to
they-
be stated.
But what I'm saying is some of these are contradictory. And we've talked about this at one of the other meetings.
I mean, I think one of the things that this general plan does is has an action for us to go back and amend the development code, in part because we've had subsequent conversations with the fire district about the amount of landscaping that is required after it matures, becomes a fire hazard. And so their interest is for us to revisit what the requirements are for new construction, for ground disturbance, for tree preservation, so that we're looking at it from a perspective also of when it matures, in addition to, you know, is it a fire-wise landscaping material to start with? So that is something that's programmed into this general plan for us to do as a subsequent action, where we can go in and into the codes and change the language specifically to try and make all those things match up better.
Thank you.
So, you know, my recommendation is that the council reevaluate this plan and find a way to work with MAP, find a way to work with CAT, find a way to work with the hospital, and find a way to work with the GPAC and get all of those stakeholders' endorsement.
Still better than my typing.
Anybody else have anything that they would like to recommend?
So, to be clear, are we going back and re-looking at the entire plan again? I'm not sure. Go back and work with stakeholders to get endorsements. That's a large statement.
That's the feedback I've gotten from the community. So, the way I see it, we represent them. That's how I feel about it.
Quick staff question. So if we provide this recommendation, it goes to council. Council can overrule this and just say, stamp it, we're done. Is that correct?
They can, and we don't ultimately know what the council's actions will be. So that's why I say in any situation where you kind of get into this where it's different than a staff recommendation, it's always helpful to put as much information as you can sort of in your recommendation so that if there are things you want to see specifically change, whether it's density or certain policies or actions, whatever it is, that the council has those.
So just a thought here, this is a pretty broad recommendation. I think we've all heard from our council members what they would like to see happen here. If we send them this, they're going to override us and you lose your voice. If we give clear direction, there's a chance it might be incorporated.
So my clear direction is that we need to deal with the traffic. I think people are conflating density and traffic, and there is not enough focus in this in getting people out of their cars. I hear Alfred saying that he's hesitant to, not hesitant, we don't have the funding to double and quadruple our public transit systems. So we're going to delve further into this town-funded Uber. And but then we're running into 30-minute wait times, which if it's a 30-minute wait time, why are we not doing fixed route? So anyway, I don't, we need to address traffic in this. And if there's a way to alleviate traffic, although I also have to say that as a person who is on the road a lot, a lot of the traffic that I see on Friday mornings, it's a powder day, is not coming from Truckee. It's coming directly off the highway and then jamming up Truckee. And I see that at 267, I see that at 89. And I don't know how we deal with this. There's we somehow have to pressure the resorts into dealing with this, and they need to have a parking reservation system where you're not allowed to come if you don't have a parking reservation. So again, this is stuff I've cobbled from Anna Klofstad. This is not my idea, but we need to address traffic.
And I agree, and I feel like this has been something that many of us have been trying to rally around as the land use alternatives were being developed, and it's back to it makes no sense from a GHG standpoint, it makes no sense from a jobs housing healthy balance to have housing that is 85% market rate. If we have housing that is geared towards our workforce, however you want to look at that, but instead of giving the density away, which is what was done with the focus area choice to increase the baseline densities from what we have today, rather than incentivize the increased density so that is for local workforce, we help keep people here rather than having people drive here from the Bay for their vacation condo, their second unit, their multifamily, their market rate unit. So, there was talk amongst the council, and last night there was a discussion about the 1,000 square foot unit as somehow that's going to be affordable. I think that's bullshit. I mean, look at our big cities in America. Are Manhattan apartments affordable because they're 500 square feet? No, they're a fortune. San Francisco, we need to kind of get back to reality. And it's not about the size, it's about the deed restrictions, it's about the overlays, it's about us taking ownership of the future we want to have. And I don't understand how a council who is so pro, addressing climate change and GHG wants to give this density to people who don't live here. It doesn't make any sense. We need to have people here full time, and then we deal with the transit. We deal with ways to get people out of their car, whatnot. But if we're having these huge 85% or 85 of every 100 units are people traveling from somewhere else, we're making a bad situation worse. It seems like a really simple equation to me. And I don't know why we keep coming back to this.
So how can you articulate that thought in one sentence in a direction to council?
I would start with supporting the MAP alternative, the community environment, that the community was writing letters and coming to public comment and saying we need overlays, we're not opposed to density, but that density has to be reflected in our local workforce.
That is already covered in the first sentence.
We want to limit the commuter traffic. We have a commuter problem right now. We have a vacancy problem right now. We need to ensure that we aren't continuing that trajectory for the next 20 years of 50% second units.
There's other angles to that too. So when you talk about CAP and GHG, those concepts add a lot of cost onto that affordable housing you're talking about with not much scientific gain on GHG. So for me, it would be support Kat's letter on
Removing the zero and the
removing the
reach
net
codes.
zero and the reach codes. So you talk about affordable housing and then you make it so expensive nobody can build it.
That because I'm seeing these recent projects that weren't required as mitigation, Frischman Hollow, the CHP project. I do take some issue and think that there's an environmental issue with trucking the units in because that's not, it's not being built here, but I guess
the artist
there's
loft?
maybe a benefit. Well, all of the units are all modular at this point. I don't know if Dan could speak to that. But I tend to think that when we're making housing for our local workforce, it's more of a benefit than creating housing that isn't for the people to live here full time. So I think it actually is an environmental benefit. Construction in and of itself is one of the largest contributors to GHG. I guess I'm just trying to look at what I would consider more low-hanging fruit and addressing the issues that we've been facing for 20 years. I mean, I ran for town council in 2002 because we didn't have enough workforce housing.
I'm agreeing that
I don't think a whole lot's changed, really.
we have a housing issue and I don't want to add to it by adding the cost of construction to it with a minimal gain.
But what's the cost? What is the cost?
So we're regulated under Title 24, which I believe is the most stringent environmental codes probably in the world,
In the country, at least. Yeah.
And then REACH codes want to increase that by 20% above, and you don't think that's going to cost money to do?
I don't know that that's that's a requirement.
That's in the REACH codes in CAP section 8A.
That's part of what the council is proposing, right? As part of the climate action plan.
In the EIR, not in the EIR, in the GPU, CAP 8.8 REACH codes.
Right.
And then 8.C is zero net energy, which
Right.
pretty much is a moratorium. You won't get any housing because I don't think anybody can reach that under
and that's-
today's technology.
And maybe that's not something that we want to happen. Maybe we find
That's
the
why
compromise of if it's going to be local deed restricted housing, we don't need to add these additional burdens because we're already meeting Title 24, which is stringent. I want to start from a baseline in this discussion of the general plan of the recommendations, and that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and that's to support Kat's letter, right? So that's
I'm not opposed to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't support Kat's letter.
I would agree with Mitch to get rid of the reach codes. I think I'm looking here. I mean, Title 24 is the strictest green building codes in the country already, and to push that even further.
Yeah, I mean,
the net
it's-
zero is going to. Right now, you can't do that. There's no technology.
I think, by the way, that's a great, clear directive for council.
That's why it's right there. Support Kat's letter.
I'm going to jump in real quick and just bring up, not this year's, but last year's IPCC, the Climate Change Committee, saying that we need transformational change on all levels. We must redefine our way of life and consumption. And that we as California have a, carbon neutral goal for 2045, which is not very far away. And we need to start thinking about it and we need to start moving there. And this is what happens in all industries, is that the regulation comes first and that pushes the innovation to happen.
Right. So the state's already doing it. So why are we making it even tougher?
We are making steps to get to where the state is asking us to get to.
No, the reach codes are beyond the state. Net zero's
No,
beyond the state.
But the state is also going for the carbon neutrality as well. So it's
let's
getting
deal with
us
the
to
state,
that.
and let's just deal with what the state is handing us. Without going any
Transformational
further.
change is all I'm going to say.
I'm going to stop.
It'll be transformational change when the homeless population spikes because people stop building houses because you can't do it.
Or we will allow more density.
Okay, so do we have anything else that we can add to this recommendation to the council? Commissioner Claren.
I kept hearing the hospital, so should the hospital master plan be included in the general plan update?
Absolutely.
So let's put that in there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily endorsing anything.
Right.
I have a lot of issues. You know, I've had my issues with Upper McIver since 10, 15 years. I'd like to see those uses, transferred. We need a transfer of development rights. But I think we would be putting our head in the sand to not be addressing the hospital master plan.
And I don't know what that master plan is, so I'm just saying it should be in there.
It's not done
It
yet.
was submitted. It needs to be addressed. It needs to be incorporated as far as
Can you inform us on the process and what's happening with that?
The hospital has submitted a master plan application to the town, and it's currently being processed.
And
It's generally incomplete, I would say, that we've asked for some additional information, and so the hospital's working on that.
And have they given you any sort of time frame on when they think they can?
I don't think we know when we expect to get a response to the incompleteness from them at this point.
So is your hesitation to try and include a plan that is incomplete in the general plan? Is that?
No, Susie, we're not saying that. We're saying we should include.
No, I'm asking the staff. Is the staff hesitant to include a hospital master plan in the general plan because it's not complete and we don't have a timeline?
So there's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem. In order to include it in the general plan, it would need to be worked through first by both the planning commission and the council. Otherwise, we don't know what to include, both in the general plan and in the revised EIR. The hospital's had the town's comments for a couple months. We don't know when we're going to see comments back from them, but probably 6 months, I would think at the very minimum. The planners may shoot me because they may think it's longer than that, but it's going to be a while before we could figure out enough of what the master plan might be before we get added into the document.
And can you remind me again, in the state's eyes, when we need to have this general plan update adopted and ratified?
We're already in compliance because it's really focused on the housing element. The rest of it, the recommendation is that you adopt every 10 years, but there's no mandate as of right now. So we're in compliance because our housing element's in compliance, and we're going to start doing that update process soon.
I'm sorry, you mean we're going to start the next housing element?
Right.
I thought it was 8 years.
Well, we have to program into our capital improvement program for doing the update process, so it's good through 2027, but we also need time to work on it, so we're going to start working on it probably in 2025.
Thank you. So this is the problem, is that I don't know how you get consensus when the 5 of us up here can't get consensus. I don't think you're going to get consensus with all the stakeholders either.
Yeah, I don't think that we'll be able to get, a 100% uniform consensus all the way around where everybody's going to get everything that they want. But to Mitch's point, I think we should be able to get to where they get some of the things they want, they feel heard, they feel like the process has been inclusive, and they can realize they're not going to get everything and say, yep, let's go forward with this. I just think we're not even anywhere close to that right now.
I mean, what I'm hearing from the commission right now is a recommendation to not adopt the 2040 general plan. And then the list that we're generating here are the different things that, as a commission, you would like the council to reconsider. And it's not necessarily unanimous that everyone supports each of these things, but I'm also not hearing, at least yet, opposition to including these as a point of reference for the council to consider.
I think that's a good. Yeah, I think that covers it.
My last comment would be Stephanie Olivieri brought up industrial uses on West River Street. And I always found West River Street to be another entrance into Truckee, really. And the Hendrickson property specifically is disgusting and is the perfect, in my opinion, perfect area for workforce housing. That's the best spot in Truckee, in my opinion, for it. So
I agree.
I would like the council to relook at West River Street, remove all the industrial. I think the north side should be all workforce housing, and the south side should be residential, office, and retail. Personally, I've seen it that way since day one.
So I don't disagree with anything you've said. We had a pretty robust conversation during our focused area conversation. I don't know, a year or however long ago, and there was kind of a recognition of, we had prioritized the moving of the industrial off the river as part of the last plan, and we haven't been very effective because it takes money, it takes effort, it takes resources, right? And so what do we do? Because in my mind, that takes a lot of staff time, it takes energy, all these things. Ultimately, it's money and it's this intent to do that. And so I think part of what came out of the commission discussion and our recommendation to council was trying to kind of find a middle ground of, yes, let's clean up West River. I used to work at Hendrickson's building. It's disgusting. I mean, what a hazard. It's got a river that basically runs through the building to the river, carrying all of its contaminants, into the water. So it needs to be cleaned up. But is there a way to be realistic so we aren't continuing to kind of throw darts in the dark, as the way I see it, of putting energy into something that we may not have the resources to fully recognize? So that was something that really stood out to me, as well as the reality that we keep talking about all this need for industrial. We still have a deficit. So is there a way to kind of create a mixed use on the north side of West River that could have maybe more intensive industrial uses towards the railroad and then minimize that intensification towards the road? So it's, more mixed use, more housing, more, engagement. And I thought that was a really nice kind of middle ground and a little bit more realistic of, if there's money for industrial, that might help revitalize, as opposed to thinking we're going to get people to move off the river.
I think what we were discussing was down at the, is that the west end of West River?
Yes.
And I think what he's thinking about is at the east end of
No, the west end.
West
And I don't want to get into the weeds and discuss it here. I'm just thinking it's a good recommendation for council to relook at that. That's all. And if you guys don't agree, you don't agree.
Let's change the language of it then. So relook at West River and remove industrial on both sides. So instead of saying remove industrial on both sides, relook at West River and explore
affordable housing on the north side?
Yeah, explore, increased housing density options. I mean, I'm struggling for the words here, but
is it there already?
I don't think it's not there. It's built into, I think, the current proposal.
It's the riverfront mixed use zoning, and so it's a pretty broad classification.
Yeah.
That does include workforce housing, retail, lodging, services, industrial. It's a lot of stuff.
Sure.
I would add, really, addressing the river revitalization plan. That was something that the community put a lot of energy and effort into. And ultimately, can we hone in our priorities? Because something that gave me heartburn going into this approval process or recommendation process is looking at this list of, I think, 35 pages of priorities and items to address. I just think that's a recipe for disaster. I think we need to be realistic with clear goals, clear timeline. What is short term? You know, it's now to the next 5 years. What is midterm? You know, it's now to the next 10 years. Like, let's quantify and let's not have so many things that it makes us kind of immobile to anything. I think that's one of our problems that we've seen and should learn from the last general plan is when we kind of took our focus away from the rail yard and really prioritizing that, what do we have? We got a blighted situation with a giant building that
Yeah.
you know, not a lot of people are
terrible.
happy about, and commercial that's empty. Like
Yeah.
there's all this street frontage commercial that isn't being utilized.
Okay, so
Prioritization, you know, really honing in
so
on.
let's
Workforce
boil,
housing and mixed
boil that
use.
down to one sentence.
Relook at West River and explore workforce housing mixed use and attempting to eliminate industrial.
That's mostly exactly what it says already in here.
Can I throw something else out,
Didn't forget it.
slightly related?
Yeah, I think strike that, the relook at West River, because now I'm remembering that conversation.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
we talked about mullet zoning there, which was awful.
That was
Yeah.
before.
That's right.
That was before me, right?
Yes,
that was
yeah.
before
So
you.
that's why I don't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Those are
but it's
No, but I mean, it's important.
good because
Yeah.
we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
I wanted Steph Olivieri, and I think in her written comment, not in her spoken comment, talked about increasing industrial floor area ratio to 1.0 because it's currently at 0.25 and then it can go up to 0.35, and she's saying that we're not giving them other places to go. Why would we not allow them to do higher intensity? Again, this is semi-related because of Steph Olivieri. I got a thumbs up from Mitch.
Okay, so I mean, can you boil that down to one sentence?
We
Look
strike-
at increasing industrial FAR to 1.0.
So I wasn't clear. Are we taking out the West River comment based on what's in the existing plan?
Yes. And then the increasing industrial FAR to 1.0 is for the West River, correct?
No, I think it was in general.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, now back to Commissioner Riley's statement about prioritization. How do we boil that down into one sentence?
That's a good question.
Right. I mean, so your concern was that, you know, we have these nebulous terms, short term, midterm, long term. You know, we need definitions of that. And then also, 30 pages of priorities. Like, okay, we need to organize those in, you know.
Maybe it's a top 10. Maybe it's the top, I don't want to say like top 2 from each one because there's different kind of value in each element. Some has more value than others, more importance. But I think we need to, in the interest of getting things really done and implemented, we need to kind of
I'm going
fine-tune this.
to tag along with that as well, in that we put things into short term, midterm, and long term, but there was also ones that were aspirational put into short term. Does that make sense? And that gives me heartburn. It doesn't make sense if it's aspirational. And these are the policies that I'm fighting for, and
Yeah.
I don't want them to be aspirational. I want them to be
So you want stronger
mandatory.
language.
Yeah.
You want more definitive, directive language. I would agree with that, and I guess maybe one lens we could use with this prioritization is who are we benefiting, how are we benefiting, and you know, what metric are we using? What does that look like? You know, I'm kind of back to my local first perspective of creating jobs or creating housing for locals, density in the core of town, protecting open space, addressing our climate action plan to be, you know, tangible, realistic.
Okay, so
Groundwater, you know, I think that was a big thing that got brought up. Needs
okay,
to
well,
be
I'm still just trying to figure out how we can give a bullet point to council on the restructuring the prioritization so that we know what's the number one priority, what's the number 300 priority.
I mean, we're looking for that litter to be not short, mid, long term. It's 1 through 300.
I mean, that's unrealistic, but I mean,
And that actually, because it changes every 2 years with the work plan that the council comes up with. So I'm not sure, whatever we ranked that at right now, it might change in 2 years with a different town council on there.
okay, so what about just defining, let's say, the top 20 priorities?
Mm-hmm.
Or 10?
Yeah, top 10, and then maybe the next, you know, the next 10. But I traffic, GHG, jobs and housing, density in the core, you know, kind of some themes.
How's everybody feeling about this document right here?
I agree with some and I don't agree with some.
You're abstaining.
I mean, what we have done in the past too is where there's not consensus, we just identify which ones there's not consensus.
Fair enough. Okay, number 1, go back and work with stakeholders to get endorsements. Does anybody not agree with that?
I just feel like that's broad and will be disregarded.
I think so too.
I think it's a good comment, but I think it'll be disregarded.
Fair enough.
Or we could modify it, go back and work with stakeholders so they feel heard and their issues have, you know, been considered. I mean, I agree. I think it's folly to think we're going to get endorsements from all these entities, but I think it's far more reckless for us to engage in an or a recommendation process knowing that these entities are upset and not supportive of this plan.
Okay, so go back and work with stakeholders.
Better public outreach.
On concerns raised.
Mm-hmm.
To try to find a solution.
You know, find common ground. Or,
Yeah.
I think council needs to know that the hospital master plan impacts much of that Donner Pass corridor, and the conversations are always, oh, we're going to get all this housing. It's like, I don't know I don't think that's accurate. So if we could come from a place of realism, I think we're starting from we're in a better position than those of us who are like, I just don't see that happening.
Okay, are we in consensus with go back and work with stakeholders on concerns raised to find solutions and common ground? Anybody that does not agree with that statement, please speak your piece.
I do not think that anyone is going to go start this 5-year process over again.
I think it has to be a
But what
5-year process at this point.
What does that have to do with working with stakeholders on their concerns?
Pull out the words go back and start with work with stakeholders on concerns.
Work with stakeholders on concerns raised to find solutions, common ground. Okay, Susie, are you not supportive of this sentence? Yes or no? Dan, are you supportive of this sentence? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, Ms. Freeman is not in. Okay, Commissioner Riley, are you in support of this sentence? Yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Claren?
Yes.
Commissioner Tarnay?
I just don't think it's going to happen.
Okay, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Need to address traffic, not enough focus to get people out of their cars. Commissioner Claren, yes or no? Do you support this sentence?
Most of the traffic's coming through town. It's not from us. I don't know what we can do about it.
Well, so
all the traffic we talked about is coming off the freeway and going to Squaw Valley or whatever it's called, Palisade.
sure, it still needs to be addressed. There's still things that we could be sorting out as a community to,
Yes.
I mean, we still have to be able to get people
Yes.
to their houses in Donner Lake. And
Yes.
Okay. And we know Susie is in support because she's the one that brought it up. Commissioner Freeman?
Again, I think it's a great comment, but I think it's so broad and undefined that it carries no weight. If we're going to do that, let's pinpoint what it is the message we're trying to pass on.
So my pinpoint would be take our short-term transportation plan and put it in the general plan.
Right. Like require people to leave their cars in Kingvale and take alternate transportation to their
That's not in our
vacation rentals
short-term.
or Palisades or whatnot.
That's not in our short-term plan. Our short-term
I don't
plan
know. I'm just
we talked about yesterday
couldn't it
was
be? It could be a short term, or make it
we have to talk to Alfred
seems
then.
important.
I can speak to the mobility element if you guys want me to. I think it's actually a very robust element. Right now we have a circulation element in our general plan. It's very outdated. It's not anywhere near the state of practice right now. The mobility element right now, as written in the draft plan, is rather progressive. I've operated under several different general plans, both in the Tahoe Basin, in El Dorado County, in other jurisdictions. And this element does bring the general plan up to state of practice. Right now, if I write grants and I refer to our general plan, it doesn't meet a lot of the state and federal criteria and goals and objectives. It's very outdated. This plan would get us to that point in regard to the mobility element. Speaking to Commissioner Tarnay's comment about the operating levels of service for transit and being able to fund that, this plan or these policies do that. They speak to the fact that we are fiscally constrained right now and to pursue local revenue sources, self-help sources that we're above and beyond what we get at our federal and state level. So I'd just like to speak to that on that behalf.
Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner Freeman, you're not in support of the sentence?
We just heard from the expert that this is a robust mobility plan in the general plan. So no, I'm not in support of it.
Commissioner Riley?
I think we need to address it.
Commissioner Claren?
Didn't I say yes already on this?
No, sorry about that. Okay, so we have 4 yes, 1 no. Next item, support the map alternative. Commissioner Claren.
I'm going to abstain. I'm not familiar enough with it to comment.
Okay, Commissioner Tarnay.
No.
Okay, Commissioner Freeman.
Abstain.
Okay, so that's 1 no, 2 yes, 2 abstentions. Is that a word? I think so. Thanks. Support Couts letter. I'm a yes. Commissioner Claren is a yes. Commissioner Tarnay? No? Commissioner Freeman?
I'd just like to clarify specifically in support Cat's letter that we want to remove cap 8A and cap 8C.
Correct.
Correct.
Just so they're clear. And yes, support.
Commissioner Riley?
I'm going to abstain. I need to reread it before I want to put my name on that.
3 yes, 1 abstain, 1 no. Include the hospital master plan. Commissioner Claren?
Yes.
Commissioner Tarnay?
No.
Commissioner Freeman?
No.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
3 yes, 2 no.
And my point is it needs to be part of the dialogue. I'm not necessarily supporting the zoning that they're asking for, but it needs to be part of this process.
Okay. Okay. West River. Oh, I'm sorry. Look at increasing industrial FAR townwide to 1.0. Commissioner Claren.
Yes.
Commissioner Tarnay.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Freeman.
Sure.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Hey, look, we all agree on something. Define short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Commissioner Claren.
I don't know what that means.
So in the document, there are several items that are put in different buckets on, hey, this is something we want to do in the short term. This is something we want to do in the midterm. This is something we want to do in the long term. But we don't have a definition of what those are. So is short term 6 months? Is it a year? Is it 18 months?
My impression was that the short term was 1 to 5 years, the medium term was 1 to 10 years, and the long term was the 10 to 20 after that.
So we're just looking for a definition on that.
So the general plan currently has the draft general plan says short term is till 2025, the midterm is to 2030, and long term is beyond.
So it's already been defined.
Okay, so we can remove that item. Thank you, Yumi. Identify the top 10 priorities. Commissioner Claren.
Isn't that what we're doing?
No.
This is specific to the list of actions. So each element has a number of different actions. And so we had a prior discussion with the council about kind of the full matrix of all the different actions that are included. I don't know, there's 300 or something in there. And so I think what I heard this to be specific to is for the general plan to identify what those first priority actions should be. So those top 10 actions.
Correct.
Should there maybe be like the top 5 actions in each section?
I think the problem is that, and I had mentioned this, some of the elements are more weighted, and I would say you have more precedent over others. But, you know, I don't know that negates what you're saying. I'm not sure that's the best way to go about that.
So Dan, you're saying the top 5 in each element?
Just a thought. You know, if we say top 10 priorities, there's a lot of priorities.
A lot of,
and a lot of different
ambiguity
categories.
in there.
And maybe it's
So the top 5 priorities in each element?
Just a thought.
Anybody else have anyone to weigh in on that?
I do feel like 10 is not enough out of 300, so I like Dan's alternative.
Okay. Commissioner Riley?
I'm still thinking.
Okie doke.
I want this to drive kind of action and
Sure.
and measurable, decisions, or however we say that.
I mean, the way that the commission is describing this, you could envision this being a call-out bubble within each element where you're able to pull those different actions and highlight them so that as you're going through each element, you can say, okay, these are the community's priorities for each of these elements. That's how I'm envisioning what you're saying.
That can change, though, depending on the time. You know, my own expression is when I do my short, medium, long-term goals, I use a pencil. Why? It has an eraser on the top because things change. So I'm not sure if we want to be that specific.
So you're not in support of this sentence then?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarnay.
Yeah, I think I am. There's no harm in actually doing that exercise. Maybe it could be done on a regular basis.
Commissioner Freeman.
Sure.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes, I do believe we need to create a prioritization that pulls these pieces out of this 300 plus, policy document.
Okay, so that's 4 yes and 1 no.
Sorry, we're working on mics back here. Commissioner Gove's a lot of people on this side of the room. I just want to clarify because Commissioner Tarnay kind of brought this up. That's done on an every 2-year basis with the council's work plan. So they're already doing that. That's scheduled to be heard at the 28th meeting next week. Might be changing a bit depending on this outcome because a lot of what we've built into the work plan are action items from the general plan. So that needs to get adopted to move those forward. But that's what council's regular 2-year cycle is. They reaffirm and revisit that on the off year. So they really are looking at it every year. So I guess I would want to understand what the difference is between that process and what you're asking for here.
I guess there may not be a difference. I think it's just a matter of taking a look at it and identifying what that is now in the plan.
Is there some value to having this done because this is a public document, and to having that done so that the public has access to what was prioritized when it was written?
So the work plan is available. It's available for everybody. It'll be discussed on the 28th, so it'll be printed with the staff report. This year we've taken a lot of time to go through and reference back the action items in the draft general plan, so it's easier for the community to see that. For example, the comments that came in from MAP about the 10 priorities, 7 of those 10 are included in the proposed work plan. So it's not that we're not hearing you, we just can't get to everything in the next year or the next 2 years.
Can you tell me which 10?
MAP's 10 items they're from the public comment?
I mean, which 7 of the 10? Sorry.
I can, 1 second.
That's a little bit in the weeds, I think.
Just out of curiosity.
Okay, so maybe you could fill her in on that after we...
So do we not need this item?
It sounds like maybe this last one we can strike.
Well, I would say maybe emphasizing the public's involvement or participation. I will go back to the sentiment that's been shared with me repeatedly throughout the town, and maybe others as well, as the public not really feeling like they are part of this process, that there's the community and then there's a town council and they kind of work separately. And so if there's a way to give the community more assurance or recognition that they are part of this process, they are being heard.
So maybe poll...
Add that to the first sentence, stakeholders and the public.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you could add prioritization or something on concerns and prioritization of action items.
Hold on. Okay, so back down to the identify the top 5 priorities. So, Commissioner Riley, are you saying that you would want to understand what the public's, like polling the public on what they think is the top 5 priorities in each one of the elements? Is that what you're saying?
I guess I would want there to be a more robust public engagement process as we move into and I recognize that this is the work plan, et cetera, but I think a lot of people feel like much of these decisions take place behind closed doors. There's, the retreat, there's these actions, and that it's not really a community process. So how do we make bring this more to the forefront of the community? And maybe it's marketing, maybe it's outreach. I just think there needs to be more community voice in this.
Okay, so that's
important. Sorry, Commissioner Gove. I think it's important to point out the retreat is a public meeting. We did have a member of the public attend this year. It's publicly noticed, so it is available for members of the public to come out. But to your point about marketing, communication, that is a council priority. So that is something we are trying to advance and move forward. So more of the community can become engaged and we can understand how to meet the community where they're at. Yeah.
Would you say that the town council feels like there isn't enough community engagement?
I'm not going to speak for the town council. I think from our perception, community engagement is just looking different these days. And I use the example of the flock cameras. Those are our license plate readers that came to council a couple months ago. We had over 1,000 comments on social media for those cameras, some in favor, some not. We held a community meeting and had 5 people attend. Yeah. People's participation just looks different now. And so that's what we have a communication survey out to the public to understand how people want to engage and what type of information they want to engage on.
I appreciate that. I heard the fireworks was like standing room only, or like lots of people came out for that.
Okay, let's get back to the topic at hand.
So, leave this first sentence the way it was. Work with stakeholders on concerns, and just get rid of the last one. Identify the top 5 priorities. That's what I heard.
Yep. Okay. Is there anything else that we want to add to this?
Remove "and the public" from the first sentence.
I mean, I'd argue that the public is a stakeholder.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Sure.
I agree with that statement.
Yeah. Okay. So, do we feel like we have enough direction for council at this point? Would anybody like to add anything to this document?
I think one of the things that stood out was that the climate action plan implementation and elements were not even going to get us to 2040. Or I'm sure Susie can speak more to this, but that what are we doing? Like, do we need to go back and, make that more stringent, or change the policies, change the, our approach, or will some of our land use decisions impact that? I think that's worth revisiting.
Okay, so revisit the climate action plan to achieve.
I would say more clarity.
Yeah.
I would also like more concrete actions. Like, I want concrete actions in there, as in, although Alfred's going to cringe, but, double our ridership on transit, and I want to retrofit 50 houses for energy efficiency. Like, I want
Like measurable
concrete,
goals,
measurable
specific,
goals in our cap.
measurable, achievable.
It is a
Right.
climate action plan.
Keep in mind that technology changes on almost a daily basis, so what's not available today will probably be available tomorrow. And longer lasting batteries in cars might be an example of how things change as time goes on.
Right.
So it's going to be hard for us to know what's going to happen 7 years from now. Because we don't know what the technology is. Try to use your phone from 7 years ago.
But you just
see how
told
well
us that you
works.
can't put in the reach codes because you can't get there in 7 years.
We can't get, no, that was the net zero. And I said we can't get there now. So you're writing it's a law that's being written that can't be accomplished.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you're not in favor of this sentence?
No.
Okay,
No.
and Commissioner Tarnay, are you good with that sentence?
I would like more concrete actions in our climate action plan.
Revisit the cap, needs more clarity and concrete actions and measurable goals.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Freeman? Commissioner Riley? Okay, so that's 3-2. Anything else we want to add to this recommendation to Town Council regarding the 2040 General Plan update? Not hearing any. Perhaps somebody would like to make a motion?
Did we make a motion on this?
No,
I don't think we need to.
we don't need to.
I think they're going to look at this and go, that's great.
Well, without a motion, it won't be clear to council what it is that you're recommending.
Right. So, right now,
I will move that we recommend this.
okay.
Well, okay. So you need to take action of some kind on a recommendation about the EIR. You also need to take action in the form of a recommendation on the general plan.
Right. So,
And
are
the
we doing that?
specific plan too, right?
All of it.
So they're doing it in
Yeah.
segments, Andy, I think is what they're trying to do.
Right.
Yeah, just Danielle, maybe you could remind them of all the things they need to take action on.
I think we're clear on that. But my point is, I think we're at a point right now where we can make a decision on this particular item and then move on to the next one. And to do so, it's my understanding that somebody needs to make a motion and it needs to be second, and then we need to vote on it. So my question to my fellow commissioners is: anybody prepared to make a motion to that extent?
And so let me clarify with you that you are looking for a motion to deny recommendation for the general plan until these issues are addressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. I will make a motion for the town council that we do not adopt the 2040 general plan as proposed until we address the issues as listed. And should I state them or
No,
as
they've got them
the
right
screen identifies
Yeah.
with bullet points?
I'll
And
second.
it's not limit. I would say doesn't have to be limited to this because I'm sure we could come up with more. But I think
But these
this
are the
is a great-
recommendations that we're
Yes.
making. Right.
Including but not limited to the stated recommendation.
Thank you. Well done, Mitch.
Second.
Chair Gove,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay,
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
No.
Commissioner Claren.
Yes.
Alrighty. Well, we've been at it for 2 hours, 25 minutes. I think it's time to take a quick recess here. Do we 5 minutes enough or should we take 10? Okay. All right. It is 7:25. We'll take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 7:30. our recommendation is to not adopt the general plan update, how are we feeling about the EIR? Commissioner, Vice Chair Tarnay?
Staff, what does that mean if we've chosen not to recommend adoption of the general plan? What does it mean to make a motion on adopting the EIR?
Yeah, I mean, the question, I think, is that if the council were to take our recommendations and go back in there and make some changes after looking at the general plan, would that change what the EIR looks like?
Some of the things that you asked council to look at would require coming back to planning commission. So my sense is that overall you'd be recommending to not certify the final EIR.
Okay, well, hopefully we can move this on a little bit quicker then. So given that, we just agreed not to adopt the general plan, it sounds like we are recommending we do not certify the EIR. Does anybody have a conflict with that statement? Folks?
I do not have a conflict with that statement.
I'm good with it, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Riley?
I don't support certifying the EIR.
Commissioner Freeman?
I would probably abstain from that.
Okie doke. Well, this is going to be an easy one then. Okay, do we want to add any more? Well, I guess, I mean, earlier we said we wanted to edit and check the math and all the documents, so we're going to leave that in there, right? Okay. And then really, it's the. Yeah. It's the suggestions that we gave for the GPU would navigate, it would guide this document. So, sorry? Oh, okay. Okay, so I think this is a layup here. So I'm going to make a motion that we do not certify the final EIR or adopt the PAMP or the statement of overriding considerations. I recommend that we do not.
Is that including the edit and check the math?
Yes. Do I hear a second?
Yep.
Okay.
Chair Gove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
Abstain.
Commissioner Claren?
Yes.
Okie doke. Moving right along. Okay, so what's up next? Downtown Specific Plan?
So we did include one additional change, which is talked about in the staff report, which was maintaining the DRM 14 land use designation for the two parcels that were described. So one on the south side of the cemetery and then parcels on the north side of Truckee Tile Lumber. And there was that map in the staff report to kind of describe that.
Right. Okay. And that was the one on the cemetery is because of the slope, right? And then the one adjacent to TTL, what was the reason for that one?
It's in the rail yard master plan and it's already identified as DRM 14. So if we changed it, it would conflict with what's in the rail yard master plan.
Okay, so it's just maintaining consistency with the rail yard master plan. Okay.
So I'm still a little confused on the historic resources. I don't think my question was answered yesterday. So the redoing historic resources, when we had the Couts plan, right? Do that whole, are we talking about redoing that whole thing, taking pictures of every single house downtown and starting from scratch?
Yes, in the downtown area, looking at all the historic
What's the
resources.
purpose of that?
To see if there's new resources that we can categorize or if some of them have fallen out of the historic resources inventory, that they're no longer essential and they're become devalued in our historic resources.
Does that put a moratorium on downtown building?
No.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Tarnay, how do you feel about the downtown specific plan? Is there anything about it that you would like to see
I had a couple questions that I sent in. Can we pull up? There's the figures 1.1 and 2.2, and I say that some of the sub areas do not actually match between those two, and you said that they do, and so I would like to show you where they don't. I think it's confusing, and one of them is labeled differently. One is labeled Truckee Springs on one, and it's labeled River Corridor on the other. But the sub areas don't match.
Is it the shapes of them? Because I didn't look that closely.
Okay, so if we're looking at the river mixed use there, there's the top left corner of that blue river mixed use area right there. It's blue in this one, and then go to the other one, or pull them both up, whatever you want to do. And it's pink on that one. So on the previous map, the downtown commercial core ends at West River Street. On this map, it extends below West River Street into the area south of. That makes sense? I just.
So which one's the correct one?
Okay, and in 1-1, then you need to label the green one River Corridor instead of Truckee Springs.
Across the river.
I'm sorry. Wait, is it?
It's just weirdly placed a little bit above Truckee Springs text.
But the legend calls it Truckee Springs as well.
Yes, we can change that as well.
Okay.
Figure 1-1.
The next page shows it the same as 2.2. Right?
Yes. The pink area?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll confirm with Ascent, but the downtown commercial core is north of the
Okay.
West River.
Okay, Vice Chair Tarnay, do you have any other questions, comments, concerns?
Do you guys remember when we were here at the joint meeting? We talked about the parking garage downtown. I remember Jan Zabriskie being like, "Wait, why are we doing a parking garage if it just creates more?" How did we end that up? Do you guys remember? Did we end up in favor of parking garage or not in favor of parking garage?
You remember that one?
I don't really remember how it ended up, but I am supportive of a parking garage because we have visitors. I'm assuming they're visitors who are parking on the sidewalk at Coffee Bar or blocking the intersection. So we are currently experiencing a parking shortage downtown.
Are they parking on the sidewalk at Coffee Bar right now because
they can't find
the
a
big
place
parking
to park.
lots down by the artist loft are empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Okay.
don't. They don't either. They don't know about them, or
They don't wanna walk.
They don't want to walk, or
Yeah, putting a parking
Yeah.
garage isn't going to solve that problem because they'd still have to walk. But
If you put a parking garage over by Rock and Rose and with solar panels on the top and do electric shuttle buses that are free back and forth, then you get the cars out of downtown and nobody has to walk.
Like at the east
in the
side of
downtown plan,
rail
there's
yard.
2 locations for parking garage talked about. But anyway, so on West River Street, the West River Street Park is not marked as a public park on Figure 2-1, and that's on purpose.
Yes, we changed that to DMU to allow for a little more flexibility, consistent with what the council has directed us to work on in terms of the West River Street, the Courtyard Park.
Does that open that area up to more development and eliminate the park option?
The idea that, well, since it's in town ownership, the town's priorities are to have some outdoor space and then also potentially look at some options for retail or commercial.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been the option. There was going to be 2 restaurants there.
Yeah, but the town's priority is a park.
So, and it is a town-owned priority. So it's a town-owned property. So it's not that it's going to be changed and built to the hilt.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I actually confirmed with the existing downtown specific plan, and we're actually going to go back to figure 1.1-1. We'll only update 1-1. Those boundaries, showing the little boundary going south, is the
It
correct
does
one.
go south of West River Street and still is included in the downtown.
Yes.
Whatchamacallit.
So Riverside Drive's included.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what that would be.
Yep.
Okay.
Since it relates to the
Yes.
location you're referring to, I'm wondering if the town has talked with Travis at Truckee Tire, because his property is north of the park, and kind of what's come out of that. You know, I've had conversations with Travis. I don't get the sense that there's a lot of collaboration going on or kind of seeing things from the same perspective. So I'm curious from the staff's perspective how that looks moving forward if Travis is not looking to move his business.
He would be considered legal nonconforming under the current plan, so with any existing use or building that's legal nonconforming, they can stay as long as they want, and then once they move, then we bring it into conformance.
Did you talk to him, or was there like a, hey, can we find some common ground? Or
I've had a conversation with Travis about what the zoning means now, under the proposed downtown Truckee plan and what that would mean down in the future for him. I'm pretty sure he understands it.
Yeah, and I think Jessica's been talking to him as part of the Streetscape project too. So she's not here tonight, but there have been conversations with him.
Okay.
Does he own that property?
He does not. He's not the current owner. He's the tenant of the building.
Is the owner still, I can't remember his name, from Dependable Toe? I can't remember.
Edgar Stratton.
Yeah. Is he still the owner?
Mr. Stratton currently owns
Yeah.
the property.
Okay. You can go back, Susie. That was my only question.
Oh, evidently they answered some of these. There's some change of wording for the, sorry, the vertical obstructions in bikeway lanes. I'm fine with that. I didn't understand the sentence, and I'm still not clear. Sorry, page 316. It says, critical to the function of the parking and retail structure. This is a theoretical parking and retail structure at the post office, correct? Is an access point to Commercial Row from the rear alley and Jaboom Street. An access point to Commercial Row is what's confusing me there. it sounds like you're punching through Commercial Row. Oh, I'm thinking of Commercial Row as the road, but you're actually thinking of the back of Commercial Row. Is that what you're thinking of? Oh, okay. I got it now. Thank you. Some wording changes. I did think there was one funny thing in here. Page 3.1 talks about emphasizing people over cars. And then the structure right behind it in the next section talks about facilitating the flow of traffic, and then talks about transit and bicycles and pedestrians, and it definitely emphasized cars over people. So
Just in your text, it seemed like you were specifically concerned about the actual order of that. Is that correct, or is there something other language in there that you were concerned about?
I think that we talk a good game about emphasizing people over cars, and we do not do it. And that's a concrete example of it. And so do with that what you will. That's more of a comment, I guess.
Okay, so your comment is specifically on the order of those policies. Okay.
Well, no, my comment is on this aspirational goal that we have written numerous places in the general plan, in the downtown plan to prioritize people over cars, and then we don't. But
okay,
let's take a
Okay,
pause
that's
for
it.
a second, Susie. Okay, that's it.
That's
Good.
it.
Okay. Okay, do a quick straw poll here. How are we feeling on supporting adopting the downtown specific plan? Commissioner Riley?
I wouldn't support it. I have a number of things that I need addressed before I would support it.
Commissioner Freeman?
I would support it.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Commissioner Riley, you would potentially support an approval with modifications?
Yep.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Tarnay?
Give me a second. Sorry.
It's okay. No, I'm asking you a question. You're not prepared to answer whether or not you can support this or not?
I'm trying to figure out if I can support it with amendments. Sorry.
Okay, so you're not quite sure yet.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Claren?
I'm leaning towards yes.
Okay. Okay, so I think we're leaning towards yes on the dais, but it sounds like we might be leaning towards yes with proposed modifications. So I just wanted to just check the pulse of that real quick.
Could I ask a question?
You sure can.
So the staff on page 2-10, there's a map of Truckee Springs, I guess. River corridor sub. It says river corridor sub area. You see that?
Yes.
There's a red circle in front of my house. What is that?
I don't know. I think.
I just want to make sure there's going to be a big sinkhole in the street in front of my
I think that's actually was a part of a comment that I gave to the Ascent that about the 2 acres that was sold to the Truckee Historical Society. So I will confirm and we can remove that.
It's a target, Mitch.
You know, this is where Mitch lives, right?
Yes.
My only other concern, but I don't know how it's. I don't remember. I wrote myself notes about going too residential or too tall on Jaboom Street, and I don't remember where it's. It was just a quick note, and I don't remember what I was trying to say, but I'm just going to throw it out there.
Okay, well, maybe staff can help us find that in the document real quick on height on Jaboom Street, and that'll maybe jog your memory.
I think we have a specific, I could be wrong, but a specific policy on the height. We do have a community, land use and community character policy that says new development shall complement historic development in the commercial core sub-area.
There is LUR 5 that says they're similar in scale. if that helps.
Yeah, I mean, I just searched the document and I can't find the word Jaboom in it. So
Yeah.
Well, then,
perhaps
never mind.
not a
Be
concern.
because of the SB2 site.
Yeah, is it maybe the height allowed in our zone district, that DMU, downtown mixed use, that matches?
Yeah, I would just be
Downtown mixed
concerned
use.
that anything. So if you're building on Jaboom Street and it goes up to High Street behind it, that it stays at 1 story on High Street max. Otherwise, I think you'd lose a historic view corridor looking up that hillside.
I agree with that.
So do I.
Yeah, I want to protect our historic view shed. I mean, I've heard commenters. I don't know if anyone's come here, but the artist loft is
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of impacting
Oh, I've heard
the
it.
views. So I don't need to go down that road.
No.
But I support what you're saying, Mitch.
There was a lot of discussion about that when that was before the HVAC, and if I recall correctly, the developer agreed to keep it at street level or at a car parked on street level, no higher than that, so that the existing homes could see over.
On
it.
High Street, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should formalize that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have comments.
Yes, I know you do. I know you do. Well, so let's jump into your comments.
Oh, and I
Commissioner.
wouldn't say 1 story on High Street. It was less than a story on High Street. It was. Does that make sense? Originally, it was lower than the roof.
So
of
one
a
half of 1
car,
story?
But yeah, half a story.
So I think what we're hearing is an amendment to include language that would allow no more than a half story on High Street for a Jaboom Street development. Is that correct?
For me, it would be 1 story. Something that's usable off the street, but it's the looking up part of it. You know, that corridor shed, that view corridor.
So, looking up from where? From Jaboom, looking up, or looking up from, or out and across from High Street?
No, from downtown looking up. So either from Jaboom Street looking
Oh, I
up,
see.
or the alleyway we're looking up, or
Yeah,
Commercial Row, or
further
walking
away.
down from Moody's. If you're doing the walk of shame.
The half story on High Street was from the residents on High Street. Does that make sense? So that they retained their view of downtown.
And there's that too.
Okay.
So we're talking a half story or
A half a story on High Street.
So in terms of dimensions, sorry, we have a weird definition of half story in our code. So I just wanted to make sure, is that
What's the definition of half story in the code?
it's underneath a gable, a plate height of at least 2 feet. Is that, it's a very specific
no more
to like
than
the
5
attic,
feet above
5
the.
feet. High street grade.
Yes.
The street center line.
I'm supportive of a single story because I think functionally that would make more sense for access off a high street, but I think it needs to be sensitive to the existing homes and ideally sited. You know, the homes, as far as I know, are all elevated on the north side of High Street, so they are all set up, which is an advantage.
I'm
And
just saying what was in the negotiations previously when they had.
Okay, I didn't
When
know.
they had come before
Yeah.
the HPAC and the public
Okay.
and what have you, and they had been amenable to that at that point.
Yeah. I'm just thinking from a architecturally functional, like a.
And they did have access from that side. They had a small parking pad, I think, but then they had steps down because it was still 3 stories tall or something.
Well, maybe we want language that's just sensitivity to the existing homes on High Street with regards to the scenic corridor and not, blocking.
I
that
would
view
like a
shed.
maximum of 1 story, but
Yeah.
I'm not king, so.
Just a reminder that because these are housing projects that we're talking about, we need to create objective design standards. So words like sensitivity are not objective. What you have here, whether we end up with half story or single story, is objective.
if your expectation is that this is a mandate that we would impose without question on a housing project, it needs to be objective. If it's a more aspirational policy related to achieving sensitivity in a certain area, that's not a mandate that we would impose, but it's something that we would try to achieve, then you can have that sort of looser language.
So I'm asking for a one-story max mandate.
So require no more than a single story on High Street for a Jabroom Street development to preserve view corridors. Is that objective enough?
That building from Jaboom Street, like street to top, like top of the roof.
Pretty damn
At
tall.
least 3.
At least 3, maybe 4. I
Probably.
mean, and they're allowed, you'd be allowed to do a 50-foot, is that right? Yeah. So, the roof. Yeah, right,
That's
I
the
was thinking
architect's
it's the
problem.
roof. Yeah. Well, right, it's kind of top of the roof is really the issue.
Yeah, I was thinking about
can
that
have
while
a
I'm speaking,
shed.
because then you max
Yeah.
out a 4 and 12, but that's
Right.
not really historic. So
Right.
how historic are we going?
12 and
Historic
12.
roofs had
Well,
a
like a
steeper
12,
pitches,
yeah.
right?
I mean, we were just chatting on the sidebar here of maybe having a height identified would be more explicit because we don't have a
Yeah.
definition of single
Yep.
story in here.
Right.
And so that way, you could have it be the height measurement to the peak of the roof or however you want.
Right.
So
Like 10
15
feet.
feet?
Say again?
15 feet
From 15 feet from where?
from High Street.
Huh?
You think that's a lot? I
Property
mean,
line.
you know, I don't think that's a lot
Yeah.
at all. I mean, typical,
No.
you know, one story has a plate height of
A
like
10-foot plate height.
8 to 10 feet.
Right.
I just remember it,
9
there
feet.
was a lot of public comment of the people up there saying you're taking away my view, and then they were amenable to keeping it below the level of a parked car, and they were amenable to that, and
okay.
the High Street residents were amenable to that, and
The developer was
if there was
amenable to that?
agreement, I would, yes,
Yeah, no, I hear you, Susie. I mean, that's where my mind's kind of thinking carports or more low slung things, but still functional.
If the developer was
access.
okay with that, and it's the same people going to be developing it theoretically,
Okay.
then
don't
let's
know
keep
if
it
it's the
lower.
same
If they're okay with lower, then lower is better.
that's
Susie's right.
You're saying that they agreed to the height of a parked car?
that is
Is
what,
what
the
your
developer
recollection
did.
is?
I don't know if it's still going to be the same developer, but that's what the original.
And so what
Developer.
do we think the typical height
So
of
is
it?
that an SUV or a Corvette?
Right, Sprinter van.
It was not Sprinter van. I would
All
like to
right.
move on.
Okay, so limit building height to 10 feet on High Street as measured from High Street for a Jaboom Street development to preserve view corridors. Staff, do you feel that's objective enough?
It is other than the preserve view corridors because there's no definition to that.
Then strike that.
Yeah, strike it, right.
Part of the downtown plan are these preserving scenic corridors, and there's kind of language
Okay,
about
so
architecture.
There is, but we are talking, this is specific to what
Oh,
we're
right.
understanding to have a housing component. And so I think we're just trying to make sure that you get that captured.
Thank you.
all right, is there a way to put a note in there somehow so that we can just let the council know where we were coming from?
Up and down.
Okay, Susie, do you have anything else that you're concerned about or any other questions right now?
I do have a few, and then there's more in there as well. But first of all, I'm not big on the focus on parking garages here. Again, there's an induced demand problem that you get to. The more parking you have, the more people want to come and park there. And it's I didn't make it up. I swear it's a thing. So I don't like to focus on parking garages. Second of all, the HPAC recommended to not move the post office and the fire station, and I agree with that. Those are excellent walkable amenities for residents. I do not think those should be encouraged to leave, regardless of how lovely a parking garage would be there. there's a bunch of policies about exploring alternative roads over the river down to East River Street. I'm not in favor of that. Talks about how a bike route is acceptable on areas of slow moving traffic, 15 to 20 miles, 25 miles per hour, and I disagree with that. I would like separate bike lanes through the town. These are just my things. There's a whole section on, where did I just see this? Recommended improvements to facilitate traffic flow in downtown Truckee, which I think is ironic because we have done a lot of work to promote traffic calming in downtown Truckee. I'm a bigger fan of the calming than the flowing. I don't understand this crazy, crazy sentence, and I'm going to read it to you. Several catalytic opportunity sites were studied as part of the downtown planning process to understand the type of uses and desired character of new development on key opportunity sites in the context of planned improvements that can enhance community character in downtown Truckee. It just sounds like a circular sentence to me. Am I missing something in there?
Would you like to suggest an edit?
No, I think it should just be cut in half, but
That would be an edit.
We can do that.
Yeah. Sorry.
I don't have specific edits, no.
Okay.
And can we, I'm a little confused. We talked about keep class 2 and 3. Didn't we already talk about this? Class 2 and 3 bikeways free of vertical obstructions. And I don't understand. And I understand aligning drainage grates perpendicular to the direction of traffic flow. But does this eliminate the possibility of protected bike lanes?
I think the intent of that was just to make sure that bike lane, the travel lane for the bike, is kept clear. So it would not preclude the ability to look at protected bike lanes.
Okay, to adding bollards, that would not be considered a vertical obstruction in the bike lane.
I wouldn't interpret that way because it wouldn't be actually blocking the flow of traffic of the bike.
Yeah, so if there was a bollard separating the flow of automobile traffic in the bike lane, it would be adjacent to the bike lane, not in the bike lane. That would be my interpretation of it. All right, Susie, I'm going to let you continue go through your notes because I know Commissioner Riley has a bunch of stuff that she wants to get off her chest.
Delightful.
Are you still going?
Yeah, I'm moving on to you while she goes back and just
okay.
double checks her notes so
Okay.
we can keep this process moving.
Yeah, I have a list. I have a question for staff because I see this as an opportunity with regards to the height discussion on High Street. Could we make it like an incentivization for the developer to do 50%, or 100% workforce housing to get the 10 feet above High Street? Otherwise, we maintain it at like 2 feet above, grade. Can we leverage this height? Got thumbs up from BR here. Anyone? But to me, this is what I'm talking about. Like, how do we get what we want? Why would we give this person another store, a 10-foot height without getting something in return to downtown locals housing?
So are you suggesting something beyond the 50 feet, like allowing them to go beyond the 50 feet or lowering the, just the 10 foot, just getting beyond the 10 foot?
Oh,
Sorry.
so I guess that's kind of the caveat, right? I mean, technically they have a 50-foot allowance, but likely 50 feet, from Jaboom Street to 50 feet is likely more than 10 feet above High Street, right? So are we able, are we able to create these limitations or are we not? That's where I'm confused.
You can create limitations. There are limitations that we put in the downtown Truckee plan. So I think we just need to talk through it probably at the staff level to see what this 10-foot would look like, especially if the height limit is 50 feet and where that lands for that particular site. So I think it's challenging for us at this point to say that what the impact would be if we did reduce this to 10 feet.
And I'll just be Debbie Downer. Under density bonus, they can get out of that requirement.
Yeah.
And we're seeing more and more density bonus requests on virtually all projects at this point.
And so will you give us an example of what that would look like on Jaboom Street so we could kind of visualize that? Like, for example, they're proposing 50 units, and then they get a density bonus of how,
They
50
would.
Go ahead. Go on.
I was gonna say, so if they do 15% of very low, that's when that would trigger density bonus. So they can get up to 50% additional units, and they can also ask for waivers and concessions. So they could waiver out, any limitation you put on height. They could, basically, go up above 50 feet if they can show that they need to get the units if they want.
Okay. And is that above the 15% inclusionary? Or is that the 15?
It's a lower, the inclusionary would be fulfilled at the same time, right? Because they would be doing 15%.
And as long as it's very low, they get this.
I think it's 35 for that, but there's like a sliding scale. Yeah, so if they, did a higher percentage, they get more units.
And in full disclosure, and we did discuss this with council when we talked about the north side of Donner Pass Road, under density bonus law with 100% affordable, they can ask for 3 additional floors.
Yeah, right. I remember. I've been sensitive to that dialogue. So you could take a 50-foot building and add another 3 stories.
6.5 stories.
6.5 stories onto the 50 feet, or total?
Total.
Total of 6.5, which would be 80-ish feet tall, right? If we had 12-foot stories, or give or take. Okay, good. This is all, so at the end of the day, are we saying then we can't impose anything on the Jaboom Street location, or we can if the person didn't do, without a density bonus, we say you have to keep it here. With the density bonus, you're free to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, it's without density bonus, but to Yumi's point, we would want to try and look at the 50-foot height limit in combination with this, and figure out which one's more controlling.
We should be planning for what we want to see as a town, not just.
That's what makes this really hard.
It does.
I think that's kind of, there's like the reality and the fantasy and the,
Right,
yeah.
and I mean, with the potential for the action plan to create the town density bonus program, there's other options if we decide that affordable housing, the 15% affordable housing isn't what we want anymore. We want to transition to looking at some other type of housing type or that targets a different community within Truckee. Then we can build upon that and say, hey, we would still like this 10-foot height limit but here are the other concessions you can get, and still do no affordable housing, but do these other requirements for locals housing, or not locals housing, sorry, Andy, workforce housing.
Okay. So does it make sense for us to leave this bullet point on High Street as a directive, or do we what does the commission think? As like a advice, like a encouragement?
I think you should leave it, though. Shouldn't we leave it in case they don't do any affordable?
Right.
Okay. And not try to use it as an incentive, like, I guess at the end of the day, we can't do that anyway. They could do what they want. Okay, so yeah, we might as well leave it. Susie, did you find your stuff, or should I make my points?
Just keep making your points.
You keep going.
I'll make my points. My first issue was concern regarding the river access, and I can't remember. Here it's I think it's Principle 10, page 1-4. There's another one about access for, residents and the public. I just want to emphasize that the river access is a clear plan with the, the overarching goal of protecting the river, not just like, oh, here's a rockway down to the river. My other thing, I echo what Susie said, no to the bridge, another bridge over the river to access, not even sure where it would access, like the Legacy Trail or something. Just the visualization of that is really hard to stomach. I don't support the Caltrans rezone without proper assessment. I again, trying to wrap my head around a high-density housing subdivision on that street with the current conditions is terrifying.
Can I real quick jump in here? That no more bridges, roads over Truckee River, that is, automobile bridges, we're fine with pedestrian bridges, correct?
Automobile. I
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah.
see a
I
car.
just wanted to make sure.
So clarify that
No,
it's-
I thought you were
we're
talking
okay with-
to staff.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're okay.
Isn't that a bridge over the train tracks?
No, so there's two things. They were proposing an undercrossing, I think, on East River from the rail yard to East River. And then there is a secondary notion down the line, should it be needed or triggered, that they're exploring, but we don't have a lot of information, a vehicle bridge over the river to, I don't know, the Riverview Townhomes or to the old Corp Yard or, I don't know. Support it.
The vehicle bridge would be going somehow from that side where
From
the
East
Legacy Trail
River.
is to East River, yeah. And then from East River under the railroad tracks and into the rail yard.
I'm not opposed to an undercrossing, but I
Correct.
am opposed to
Correct.
anything impacting the river with
Okay,
vehicles.
so this sentence, don't support more vehicular bridges, roads over Truckee River is.
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I don't support the Caltrans rezone as identified in, I guess it's SB2.
Is this Caltrans property? I'm a little unclear. That's at the top of the,
Yeah.
right by the highway there?
Yes.
Yep.
And
So-
sorry, can you say again why you don't support that?
Have you been on that intersection lately?
I've been on,
I drive it.
Ruth
I drive it
Miller
daily.
used to live up there.
The Jaboom Kaiser, which everyone from Coburn, everyone up,
Wait,
Jaboom.
what street is it on?
I think it's Kaiser.
You have to annihilate.
Because you can come from
Jaboom.
the other side to get there too, right?
If they just got rid of the Kaiser Street from Jaboom to what is now Truckee Way, just get rid of it. That intersection goes away.
Well, and I've thought, what about making it one way? If you just kind of funneled everything into one direction, as opposed to having two. Because I don't even know how it's a legal 2-lane road. I mean, there's people walking, like the navigation.
I drive it every day.
I'm like, someone's gonna die there.
Okay, so don't
I can't increase the
don't support the land use designation change to the Caltrans property without.
without significant improvements to the current intersection of Kaiser and Jaboom and proper assessment of constraints. That's a real environmental assessment.
Do you want it more specific?
Yeah, and pedestrian access, right? Because to Mitch's point,
Yeah, yeah.
because driving down that road and you see people walking, and it's just like, it's not
Yeah.
good.
Lots of dog walkers over there.
Right? Which is great, but
It just is
don't
it's a
get
safety
hit.
issue. I mean,
and,
it's not a road I would feel comfortable walking on ever.
no.
Yeah.
I think a 1-lane road with a bike lane and a sidewalk would
So
be great.
one way.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we're not
So
there
don't support
yet.
land use designation change to Caltrans property without intersection and pedestrian improvements, and environmental assessment.
Maybe we could add on, consider making that all one-way traffic or something.
Consider one-way flow of traffic.
Yeah.
Okay, next item, Commissioner.
Table 2-2 is really out of date. I'd like to update that. It's from 2018. It doesn't have the artist lofts. It shows industrial, I think, at the rail yard.
Yeah, and I had a question about that as well, but why is it that we have that? Why is it like that?
2018 baseline? Is that the question? That's when the existing conditions report was put out, and that's the baseline for the general plan and the downtown Truckee plan.
And so, does it need to stay that way? So it needs to stay that way?
To be consistent with the 2040 general plan, unless we change the baseline.
Unless we change the baseline of the 2040 general plan?
Yes.
Okay.
And then my other thing would be prioritization of the rail yard master plan build out and Hilltop master plan facilitation. And if that means we need to come, I know there's language about coming back to Hilltop, which I'm supportive of. But really, that would be part of my prioritization, which we discussed earlier, but really emphasizing development in the core before we go elsewhere. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Riley. Okay, so Susie, do you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I have a couple things. I just would like to talk a little bit about parking. Page 313 talks about parking, and it says parking will be determined by on-site parking requirements contained in the development code. And two things about that. If we keep prioritizing parking, we're going to keep increasing traffic. If we prioritize finding other ways to get down there, then we can alleviate traffic. Secondly, one of the benefits of having a microtransit program is that you can lower your parking requirements because there's another way to get there. And we haven't addressed that, lowering those parking minimums. There's another section 317, and it's also talking about parking. And it talks about the parking system, and I just want to read this really quickly. Enhancement, adjudication, collection of fees and fines, signs, marking, security, installation, maintenance, and collection of revenues from meters are all part of the parking operations of the downtown parking district. This all takes money, and this is all money that is not invested in something else. This is all money that is subsidizing personal automobile use. And that's a lot of systems subsidizing personal automobile use. Page 4.1, we talk about pedestrian amenities, including benches, planters, waste receptacles, bike racks, tree grates. What is a tree grate? Does that imply an actual tree?
The grate that goes around the base of the tree.
Protects the ground around the tree. So when you see a square and the tree is in the middle of it and you have that metal grate around it.
Yeah.
Okay,
It allows
so
the
when you talk
water-
about tree grates, you're actually talking about putting trees there as well, correct? Okay, thank you. I was like, are we just missing the tree part? Okay.
Missing something.
So on page 410, PRG-2, this talks about art. At each downtown gateway, consider incorporating an art piece that reflects an important component of Truckee's history. But one of the bullet points that we have for Truckee's history, we don't include a Native American history there. And I think we should include Native American history.
Okay, so we can add, that's an easy one we can add a sentence to,
Super
right?
easy.
So include Native Americans, Native American history in proposed art.
In the history-themed, Truckee history-themed art.
Okay, so back to your comments about the parking and the funds. How can you boil that down into one sentence?
I would boil it down into the sentence where we're talking about prioritizing people over cars, and then not. I would like to prioritize people over cars, actually.
All right, so prioritize people over cars, actually.
I don't know. It's my soapbox, and I'm going to stand on it.
That's fine. I'm just trying to help you navigate your thoughts so that we can articulate them to council.
One thing that didn't end up on there, and if you guys want to weigh in on the pushing the post office and the fire station to move out of prime retail properties.
So just a little bit of context which may be helpful, is Truckee Fire has expressed interest in building a new facility. So they don't anticipate being at that location on Donner Pass Road over the long term.
I mean, this is not to go too far off topic, but I mean, that post office is completely overrun and completely dysfunctional. I mean, it is not.
So that's the
not-
same post office that's been there for 30 years when there was 2,000 people in Truckee and no Amazon.
Yeah, I mean,
So how the hell could it still work? It can't.
It
It's
doesn't. I mean,
impossible.
it's just that the post office needs a whole new facility
Right.
that can handle the level of e-commerce.
And yet, we will not find that type of investment from the National Post Office at this point.
Look, all I'm saying is that I don't mind if that post office goes somewhere else, because right now it doesn't work, and it's only going to get worse.
Right.
I think that you can also add one somewhere else and leave that one there as a pedestrian amenity for the people who live there.
Fair enough. Okay.
Where does the fire station want to move, Danielle, if you know?
To the Public Service Center off Stevens Lane, where the town's corporation yard is.
Where they belong.
Who owns that building?
Which one, the post office or the fire station one?
The fire station.
I think the fire station owns that one. Sorry, the fire
Fire
district
district
owns that
owns
one.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the underlying land, though.
Who owns the underlying land?
Railroad?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So you're done, right, Commissioner Riley? Okay. Commissioner Tarnay, anything else?
I think I'm done.
Okay, so let's go through the process just like we did before. Take it to the top. All right, this is the top of this. I see. Okay, so item number 1, maintain DRM 14 land use designations for parcels south of the cemetery and parcels north of the TTL as described in the staff report. Mitch Claren.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tarnay.
Yeah.
Yes. Freeman.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Riley. 5 yes.
Yes.
Okay, update figure 1.1.
Yes.
Claren. Anybody opposed? No. Remove red circle on map. Anybody opposed?
I'm a little concerned about that. I thought that was where we were going to have that new tire burning facility.
Okay, limit building height to 10 feet on High Street as measured from High Street for a Jaboom Street development. Consider view corridors up and down with the development project. Anybody opposed?
I still think it should be lower than 10 feet because originally it was.
Okay. So that 1 against and 4 yes, 4 yes, 1 no.
I'm going to go with a no, too. I feel like if this was actually a benefit, I could support it, but I feel like it's just kind of a giveaway. And I understand our hands are tied, but I'd rather encourage the developer to do what they said they would do with the neighbors, according to Susie, than
This was years ago, though.
Okay, next sentence, please. Edit text under 2.62 to condense long sentence. Anybody opposed?
what did that
5 yes.
say?
Do not support more vehicular bridges, roads over Truckee River. Anybody opposed? Do not support land use designation change to Caltrans property without intersection and pedestrian improvements, environmental assessment, consider one-way road. Anybody opposed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Blood's on your hands.
It would be so great to have a car-free development. out there.
Prioritization of rail yard and hilltop master plans. Emphasize development in the core before development elsewhere. Anybody opposed?
What? Hold on. I think I missed this one.
Okay, so we want to prioritize and getting the rail yard and the hilltop master plans built out.
Before, like, Jaboom Street?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm opposed to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that really means.
Yeah, it's a little vague,
It's
isn't
whoever
it?
brings the project forward, right?
Right. I mean,
I'm. It's tied to emphasizing development in the core. It doesn't exclude Jaboom Street or other areas. It's kind of a let's focus on this area as a prioritization tie into the town's work plan.
but to Dan's point, we don't have any levers to pull as to see, which property owner is going to come forward with a project.
We could create a system where we move someone's application to the top of the list because it's going to fill in the dirt at the rail yard. Or if a project such as like the movie theater, were to come back and they needed some support, we would figure out ways to get this amenity or
Can we do
any
that,
number of
Andy?
things
But don't we already have an application for the rail yard that's being processed?
for market rate housing.
There are some things we can do and other things that we are a little constrained on because of something called the Permit Streamlining Act. So if there are projects in the queue that are subject to the Permit Streamlining Act, we might find it difficult to put other things ahead of those.
And Hilltop, don't you have to wait for a few landowners to
That might be changing, so.
move on?
Okay, there was a question though. Is there an application in at the rail yard right now?
We have one application in process within the balloon track for commercial.
Is it complete?
It's complete.
Okay.
It's been in process since 2020, I believe.
Is it the transit center that's in here?
No, it's the Market Square, which has the station building and the rest, and the market, which was previously approved. The market was Nugget space previously.
So that's the only thing that's the only application in the rail yard.
It's the previously approved Nugget project, or it's a different project in place of that?
It's a different project, but it's still a market. It's just a new building.
Same developer.
Yes, not the Nugget.
There isn't a housing project in for east of the balloon track? Or
No, we've had preliminary applications for the east of the balloon track and then parcels west of the balloon track, but we haven't received a formal application.
Okay.
But they are within the rail yard, which has its own development agreement, and so it's not subject to any changes that are happening tonight.
I'm sorry, it's not subject to what did you say?
Any changes that would happen tonight, the rail yards won't change.
Okay, so back to this one. Emphasize development in the core before development elsewhere. Prioritize build out of rail yard and hilltop master plans. Create incentives. Is that how do we articulate that better, Commissioner Riley?
I guess in my mind, I think that if there's things that are roadblocks or things that are holding up development, and there are ways that the town, i.e. council, could help facilitate streamlining or public involvement, or I don't totally know what this Permit Streamlining Act is that Andy referenced. I mean, is it just when a application is in, it's under the permit streamline? I mean, what is that? I don't.
The planners can probably answer that in more detail than I
Okay.
can.
I mean, it's basically a state law that says we can't sit on applications, and there's very explicit timeframes for processing and very draconian penalties if we don't comply.
But only some applications, not all applications, etc.
And does that mean you could not elevate an application above another application because it had community benefit or things like that?
If you tried to elevate some things in the queue, you'd still be subject to all of the deadlines for the other projects. So
Right.
it would ultimately be a question of do we have the staffing resources available to meet all of the statutory deadlines for under the Permit Streamlining Act and other and housing related legislation, while at the same time prioritizing some other things.
Okay, so maybe we change the wording to consider streamlining or elevating applications in support of the rail yard and Hilltop.
I'm confused on the term core here.
It's the downtown core.
For clarification, are you talking about all applications or any specific applications?
I think applications that are, well, I've been specific to the rail yard and Hilltop because I think it benefits our community to see those built out before we build out and focus on peripheral areas.
So that would be including all commercial project or 100% market rate residential project or everything?
Yeah, I mean, I support the rail yard being built out, and I know within reason. I mean, certainly I think there are ways that we could incentivize, the locals' housing. But I think we need to focus on our downtown core. I think that was a priority from the last.
Consider streamlining applications in the downtown core for development elsewhere. Prioritize build out of rail yard and hilltop master plans. Find ways to facilitate plan implementation. Does anybody oppose this sentence?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and I can't support it either. So 4-1.
Can we strike it then?
Trigger.
Okay. Policy PR-G2, include Native American art and Truckee history themed art. Any opposition to that? Okay, it's 5 yes. Prioritize people over cars actually.
I'm sorry, that's a terrible
That would be a no for me.
Yeah, I think we need to, if we want to have this language in there, we've got to clean this up because this doesn't really make too much sense.
It is not a smart goal. I don't know how to make it. We have it in there so many times to prioritize people over cars, and then I don't see the
So maybe a definition of prioritize people over cars?
That's a great idea.
Blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Can you repeat that?
Define prioritize people over cars. Remove the word actually. Update table 2-2.
What was the vote on that?
I'm still a no.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't have a problem with defining.
Yeah, neither do I. So 2-3. 3 yes, 2 no. Update table 2.2-2. Any opposition?
Yeah, we can't update it unless we update the entire. It's because it's the same.
But it's
2018.
very limited amount of information. It's a pretty finite.
I agree. It's terrible.
I
Like
don't
you
think
can't
it
even
would take
find
a lot of staff resources to update this table of these downtown locations.
It's just because it's based on the 2018, like the EIR and the general
Square
plan is. It's in the
footages,
general plan.
Okay, so we want to strike that one?
No, I want to keep it. I think it's crazy that we're looking at a table with reference to the downtown plan that is so out of date.
It doesn't have the square footage of the artist loft in there. I agree. It's
And
crazy, but it sounds like we.
Any
because that's
opposition
our
to
baseline
this?
condition.
Any opposition? Update table 2.2. It's out of date. Any
people
opposition?
should look at it.
I don't
and
think we
then make a
can.
decision.
Okay, so 5 yes.
I don't think we can update that, but.
This is just our recommendation. Parking garage. So there's a question mark from that one. That's something that we started talking about, but I think, Susie, you were saying absolutely no to parking garage.
I want a parking garage, and I think we could wrap it with mixed use and housing and kind of follow.
Yeah.
So did
other
you see where the
communities.
location is?
I think it's at the post office parking lot.
Oh, well, that was one option, which is contingent on a lot of things that have not shown any indication of happening. The other location for the parking garage is out by the where they want to put the transit center. Just so you know, it would be less successful to have the mixed use. I mean, I'm all in favor of wrapping it in retail, but I don't think you're going to get a lot of foot traffic except for people at the transit center.
Maybe
Isn't
not
the
now,
transit
but
center located in the balloon track?
No, it's north of it, but
okay, so maybe not
It's in the
now.
balloon track, right? Yeah.
It's in the
Which
balloon
is
track.
Envisioned, well, if we prioritize the rail yard, then we'd have like the foot traffic and the commercial and the residential. But since we don't want to do that, yeah, it might be this like, isolated, like silo of a parking structure, which still would be better.
Didn't I
than-
just hear that the Market Square is going to be in the balloon track?
Where are they
It's
going to
the
park?
north side and south side.
It's a large area. There's a northern area and a southern area.
Okay, so what are we trying to say with parking garage here, people?
I think we need a parking garage.
I think we
Okay.
need a parking garage.
I don't.
Okay, Dan, do you think we need a parking garage?
I actually never have trouble finding parking downtown.
Yeah, I don't have I always park over by the artist lofts and it's fine. But it's not all built out. I mean, there's going to be potentially hundreds of houses down there.
With no garages.
many
and-
But
times-
each of the house comes with its own required parking.
No, I think there's limited parking from my conversations with developers.
Okay, so is this a 3-2 then?
Yes.
Okay, 3 yes, 2 no. Keep post office and fire station. How about
Sorry, who was the second no?
I'm a no for the parking garage.
Okay.
keep post office and fire station?
Do you want to split them?
So I don't have a problem with the post office and the fire station going to other places.
Neither do I.
I don't have a problem with them going other places. I don't.
It's not
It
up
feels
to
like
us.
they're. Well, no, but
So
the
why are
town
we
is
even discussing
encouraging.
it?
Exactly.
In the town, in this plan, it talks about encouraging them to move. Whereas I think that the post office is a vital pedestrian amenity for town. And I think that's part of a downtown and it should stay downtown. It's not up to us. And I don't think they're going to move. From what I hear, they have no intention of going anywhere. I'm not requiring the fire station to stay either. If they want to leave, then leave. But I'm not in favor of encouraging them to leave. I think they are a great addition to downtown, especially on Truckee Thursday. They have the fire trucks out there. The kids freaking love it. I think it's awesome to have them down there. And it's great to have services in your retail area. It doesn't just have to be retail.
Okay, don't encourage post office and fire station to move. Mitch Claren. You're a no.
I don't know what I'm knowing.
So right now, the downtown specific plan says there's language in there to encourage the fire station and the post office to
And
move.
don't encourage them to move.
Yes.
So if I say no, I'm against this sentence.
If you say no,
This is like a ballot measure or something.
Yeah.
If I vote yes,
Double
it's no.
negative, right?
I would say yes.
So then I'm no.
that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Dan.
A post office with a parking garage?
Just raising the post office.
Yeah, I mean, the post office is a piece of junk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Riley.
It sounds like the fire station wants to move, so I don't think we really need to have an opinion on that. If they want to move, they can move.
4 no, 1 yes.
I love our post office really from an architectural, historical standpoint. No, I don't use it because it makes me crazy.
Yeah, well then,
I
so
can't
get them
wait-
out of there and
I
change
ride
it to
my
a restaurant
e-bike
called
down
the
there. I
post
have
office.
no problem getting
You
there.
know, but I don't.
I don't know if it's a
Yeah,
4 no, 1
exactly.
yes.
I'm not going to
Right?
encourage them to move. I don't.
Just imagine if they could have a new state-of-the-art facility where they could get your packages and mail to your house in a timely fashion, and a developer came in and developed a restaurant called the Old Post Office in that building. Huh?
There you go.
Okay. All right.
No opinion.
So,
But Nikki had a different opinion on the post office than she did on the fire station. That's why I think maybe we should just take fire station off.
Let's just move forward.
yeah,
Whatever, I don't
agreed.
care.
We're all
Agreed.
yawning. Everybody in here is yawning.
Agreed.
It's time to
Okay,
go.
so I think we're close to a point here where we can have a motion to approve the downtown specific plan as amended. Does anybody else?
Town plan. It's not the downtown specific.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. So the downtown plan.
It's the downtown Truckee plan, actually, isn't it? It's the DTP.
I move that we support.
It's on the screen if that's helpful, because we also want to recommend on the rescinding of the downtown specific plan.
We have to rescind the old one.
That's what we're proposing.
All right, so I'm making a motion that we
It's right under commission recommendation where it says council adopt.
the council adopt resolution 2023-06, adopting the downtown Truckee plan and rescinding the DTSP with the amendments stated.
I second.
Chair Grove,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay,
Yes.
Commissioner Riley, Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Claren.
Finally, yes.
Okay. Okey-doke. All right. So that leaves us with the.
So for this one, Commissioner Freeman, because there is a change proposed that would directly affect a property that you own, you would be recusing from this item.
And this is the final final item on our agenda tonight, correct?
Correct. So
So Dan, you can go home.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's in here.
I know, right? Yeah.
Maybe that circle in front of my house will let me leave.
Stay seated, Mr. Commissioner Claren.
Oh, he's still here.
Yeah, I'm forward.
I think you may have left out the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we can go.
Okay, great. All right, so moving on to Resolution 2023-05, recommending that council adopt the development code and zoning map amendments. How are we feeling about this one, Commissioner Claren?
I'm not sure yet.
Can we just refresh what this is? If not for me, then maybe for the public, but maybe for me too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we talked about this is the SB2 rezoning.
So we have
you.
these 3 maps that we included in the resolution. And then there's also additional text in the resolution for some immediate changes that we're doing. And then we'll do some subsequent ones later. So including things like the prohibition on mini storage, gas stations, the limitation on retail sizes. So there's, do you want me to pull up the staff report so we can go through them all?
Or is there a slide right there?
Slide 33.
We did not do a slide because it was just the text in the resolution, but if you want me to pull it up, I can.
Why don't we pull up that staff report and just take a high-level glance at it again?
The resolution, I think, does a good job of outlining what it all looks like, too.
So number 1 is about prohibiting service stations. So this is showing you the actual text changes that would go into the development code, removing the option to do gas stations. We call them service stations, but for intents and purposes, gas stations. Number 2 is specific to mini storage. So same thing, showing you the change that you would see in the development code, removing that as an allowed use. Number 3, we had the size limit for a single retail user to 20,000 square feet. Which one? 2.
Just for reference, how big is the Rayleighs?
I think it's about 36,000, just the Rayleigh's building.
He has a strike through. Oh, this one. I know. Okay, and then adding in a use permit for schools in the highway commercial zone. And then increasing the maximum allowed density in multifamily residential to help with the high altitude fitness site. So it's specific really to that one singular piece of property. So this is just in the general description for the RM zone district. And adding back in single-family dwellings into the downtown multifamily residential zoning district to be consistent with the development code language that we already have in other sections.
That's it.
That's all we're proposing tonight, and this is a very small amount of the changes that we'll need to do to ensure the development code's consistent with the 2040 plan, but this is what we were able to kind of capture with this round.
So the next round will come to us in 6 months or so.
Yeah, and then it's the 3 zoning maps that we showed you the pictures of.
Okay.
Okay, hold on one second. There's something with the retail.
You want the retail one?
I'm sorry, what did that have to do with warehouse? I just saw the warehouse on there. Retail trade uses.
It says wares, not warehouse. Does it?
Number.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's part of how we're defining that retail use.
That's fine, thank you. Should we just do we need discussion? Should we take a movement? Should we do a straw poll? What do you want to do, Dave?
I want to run the meeting, Susie. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't think that we need to have a lot of discussion around it personally. Commissioner Riley, how do you feel about it?
I have some questions, and there's a couple things that give me heartburn. And,
Okay.
and that's all, yeah.
Okay, let's unpack that.
So we did receive public comment, or I think it was in a written letter from, I believe, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, the service station that is at the Coldstream intersection. Is that correct? Is that the location this person is looking to do like a big service station? And would that take the place of the old 76 station?
No, I believe it's the location that they're looking at is where the Alpine Country Lodge used to be.
So it would front the highway, the Alpine Winter.
It would front along Deerfield Drive, but it would be adjacent to the highway. Yes,
Across from Taco Bell?
that's correct.
And that's not currently a service station site. Would that be a change of use, or is it
It would
allowed?
be a change of use. I believe it's a use permit there. There's a wetland. And there's a wetland and
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the 76 is in a floodplain, right?
portion of it. Yes.
No,
that
well,
right?
no longer. Yeah, they just did a Lomar. We actually have a current project in for that.
What's
parcel.
that?
It is
Coffee shop.
Coffee shop drive-through.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so
Just
something is,
reusing reusing.
and that there's an application in for a use at the 76.
Mhm. That's not a gas station.
So this decision or recommendation from us, which I think the council's in support of because they're the ones who were behind all this, I think, would negate that service station, that whatever, super center.
Just the
application.
just the gas station portion of the project. There's other uses that are proposed outside of a gas station on that property.
Okay.
And this is an application that is not complete? or it is complete?
There is not a formal application that's been submitted.
Okay, that was confusing from the letter. Okay, so I wanted clarity on that, so thank you. And then I do not support the the zoning for the Caltrans, which I think is on here.
Changes in their development code.
Are you talking about the Caltrans or the CHP?
It's on. It's Exhibit C.
The downtown Truckee.
Change the Caltrans Corp Yard site from public facility to downtown high density residential 24
Well, the
units
downtown
per
Truckee plan.
acre.
On the north.
And what's your opposition to that?
Because I don't think that that site can sustain a high development or a high density subdivision until it is addressed. And I
Because
don't
it-
want to facilitate. I know what happens when we rezone, and we're not ready to rezone
And that's because of the
the intersection,
The intersection
and the
and
road capacity.
mhm.
Yeah.
Well, and if we're discussing it, I'm adamantly against any regulations on commercial retail businesses. It goes against every capitalist bone in my body.
So that's a no.
Absolutely.
A no for what, the 20,000 square feet or?
The 20,000 square feet, the limiting gas stations, limiting storage units,
Yeah.
grocery stores. I mean, yeah, no, can't do it.
I think the intent is to facilitate a smaller footprint as opposed to like big chain stores. That the 40,000 square foot came out of the fighting Kmart, incorporating Truckee, not wanting to have these
Well,
big.
if Rayleigh's is 36, I mean, well, no, not necessarily.
The Nugget, I think the ones for the rail yard is coming in at 35 or 30.
It's around, right now it's proposed around 20.
20? Yeah.
How big's gross out?
Small.
Yeah, it's like 16,
16.8, I
Yeah,
think.
It's pretty small.
Well, and I don't understand limiting warehouses, self-storage units. Is that what that is? What's the point of that?
Yeah, I mean, council had a really long discussion about this twice and did a moratorium on it. So there's a lot of history there, but the summary of it is that they're just not activity generating uses, they're not employee generating uses, and so they're not the highest and most efficient use of land.
That they think.
And also that there was sufficient capacity already in what's currently on the ground and approved in Placer County, because there's another one that's approved to go out here off of 267.
I think kind of looking at the West River revitalization, significant mini storage, propane,
Well, yeah, that's why I already said to remove industrial over there, but
part of that, I think,
it's all right.
intention.
You guys can vote yes. I can vote no.
Yeah, we're all entitled to our perspectives. So yeah, I don't support the Caltrans rezone.
Okay. All right. So no to limiting gas stations, mini storage, retail cap. Okay. So that's a yes for Mitch. Vice Chair Tarnay. That's a no. Commissioner Riley.
I support what's proposed.
Okay. So that's 2-2. Fix typos in resolution exhibit B.2, table 2-7, 2-8 to state storage, personal service, and not service station. Listen, I'm just going through the process.
That was more for me to keep track of it. So
Yeah.
I added that in there as we were
Okay.
working on it.
Any opposition to that? 4.
Or yes.
Delete from resolution exhibit C, change the Caltrans Corporation Yard site from public facility to downtown high density residential 24 units per acre, APNs, etc.
That's just because that's not supposed to be in there, correct?
That's the Caltrans site that Commissioner Riley talked about as part of the downtown Truckee plan.
Oh, and we're just deleting the exhibit because it's not supposed to be in there. This is not us deciding on whether or not to upzone or downzone it.
This is what it is. You already discussed it with the downtown Truckee plan. I think you voted 3-2, but we should vote again if someone.
So the Commissioner Riley's objection to this is the infrastructure and the intersection and the pedestrian safety and all the stuff that we talked about previously.
Yes.
Does that?
I mean, the alternative that you have is that you could change the wording in this to say, at a future point in time, change the zoning once the other issues have been addressed that you had previously identified.
What was the language that we had on the other one?
It was 3-2 to keep the downtown Truckee plan DRH designation, proposed designation.
And then you
Okay.
also had for the Caltrans property, the intersection, pedestrian improvements, environmental assessment,
Right.
and consider one way.
So why don't we copy this?
Yep.
Yeah, and say, and then
Yep.
So let's
I'm not opposed in the future, but I'm opposed to today because
because of the
it's a
same
shit
concerns
show.
that we have here.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then don't support Resolution Exhibit C, change the Caltrans Corporation yard, yada, 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 without intersection and pedestrian improvements, environmental assessment, one way,
I'm sorry. Are we?
Hang on, it's not
Was the
done.
exhibit stuck in here on accident, or are we trying to make this decision there and here?
It's both. So if you don't support changing the zoning, then you would vote to say that we want to take the language out to do the change because we included that in Exhibit C. So Exhibit C has all the lists of all the map changes that go with the sheets 21, 22, and 3 of the zoning map. So we should add that in too to
If we
fix those.
do support the zoning, then we say no to this.
Right.
Is that correct?
If you do support the zoning, you would say no to this.
Think of other upzone properties in the past that haven't been appropriately assessed over the years.
Can you give us an example?
Could start with Canyon Springs, which went from 87 max to a triple density of up to like 250 homes at the edge of town. I would say Upper McIver, which went from resource conservation open space to 100 units without a lot of support, and I'm still trying to figure out how that traffic's going to access Lavon. Those are just off the top of my head. So
Okay, so do you support this sentence? Change Resolution Exhibit C in zoning map sheet 22 for Caltrans. Don't support zone. Change the Caltrans
Yes.
property. Thank you. Anybody object to that sentence?
I do.
Okay, so 2-2.
can we get clarification on the rezone a small Nevada County parcel on the north side of Kaiser from DRM 14 to downtown commercial?
This is sort of just a cleanup item. There is a very strange, tiny little parcel that's owned by Nevada County. I'm not 100% sure what's there. Do you know what's there? But it's owned by Nevada County. So we changed it to public facilities since it was too small to really accommodate any housing.
Is anything there?
I don't believe so.
Is that near where that apartment building is?
Which apartment building?
There's like a 2-story building, I think, on Kaiser, above where the blue house is.
It's further west.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have a map? You want to pull it up?
And we can show it in the map, the zoning map.
No, I guess there's.
Don't bother. I don't care. I mean, I care, but
We can show it to you.
Would anybody else like to add any more language to this recommendation?
On the left, next to the I-80 symbol. On the left.
Where is it?
Oh, yeah, it's right here. Can you kind of see where I'm moving the cursor?
It's about
Yeah.
the Veterans Hall.
So right up against the highway by the Vets Hall.
Is the PF the Vets Hall?
Yeah.
Below? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like on the highway.
Yeah, I think it's
like
right now it's
dirt.
kind of dirt and parking that you just assume is part of the Vets Hall parking.
Yeah. And then there's this rezone of the property south of the Vets Hall, which is a very steep site, right? Is that, and that's proposed to go to public facility from,
Yeah, it's identified as public park within our downtown Truckee plan because it's just a very difficult site to develop.
okay. So would that would basically render it unbuildable, or you wouldn't?
I mean, physically it won't change anything because it's not really buildable right now.
Okay.
And it's owned by the Truckee Donner Rec and Park District.
Oh, thanks for the clarification. Okay.
Okay, let's go back to the recommendation, please. Okay, does anybody have anything they would like to add or amend at this point to this staff recommendation? It's not a staff recommendation, that needs to be changed.
Do there with Exhibit D and the findings, do those who have been at odds with some of the proposals need to weigh in on that? Like about prohibiting future uses that are inconsistent with the town's vision. I mean, does that matter?
You tell us.
So I'm looking at Exhibit D, which are the findings, and my takeaway would be those of us who have found disagreement with some of these items that have been proposed would be at odds with the findings. But do we not need to weigh in? It's the last page of this resolution.
Yeah, I have them. So I think because you're split vote on some of these,
Okay.
I think what we would do is basically identify that there was not consensus with the commission in the findings.
Okay. And that's all.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2023-05, recommending that council adopt the development code and zoning map amendments as amended by the planning commission.
I'll second.
Chair Gove,
Yes?
Vice Chair Tarnay,
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Claren.
No.
Okey-doke. Motion passes. All right, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the last of our items on the agenda for tonight. And so I have some pleasant news to share with all of you, and that is that the last night, since we did the staff reports and commission reports, we don't have to do them tonight, so we can be done with this. But before we wrap this meeting up, I would like to say thank you very much to Commissioner Riley for all of the service that you have done for the town of Truckee on the Planning Commission. And I appreciate the fact that you always came prepared and had thoughtful things to say and have been a positive part of this process.
I appreciate that.
We are adjourned.